Testing. Testing. Syphilis. Oh. I've got my own stream open somewhere? Do I? I do, there it is. Oh, that's why I'm hearing myself several seconds after I say things. God, how unsettling. How awful. Is that what I sound like? Ugh. Let me shift that open to my creative dashboard and stream monitor. That's gonna be more helpful. That's gonna be more. What the fuck is going on here? What is this? What is this? Deckard VS. What are you doing? You're out of control. Dropping gift subs? Dropping your own sub? Running the hype train? Dropping biddies? We got Lore Friendly coming in here. Behold, I've returned. After 3,000 years, I'm free. It's time to conquer Earth. Lore Friendly, welcome in. Good to see you, man. Deckard, how are things, dude? It's fantastic to see you again. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the gift subs, folks. Thanks for the biddies. Thanks for the hype. Getting the day started off right. Auto fire. Firing things up. We got a lot of cool people in the chat tonight. Mr. Square Peg, Project Dark Fox, there's Data Nerd, hanging out doing some lurking. Dr. Rhino saying just as many tasteless and inappropriate things as he can possibly think of. Can you see? Like, if you look, Dr. Rhino, if you look, my desk is a mess. I've got like if you look like right here, you can see my sponges from my wet palette. Like right there, you see this little indistinct sort of triangle of gray? I'm trying to move my hand and I don't know what direction. This direction. There, that's the axis I'm looking for. This little indistinct triangle of gray right there, Dr. Rhino. That's all 12 of those trays I made for you. I've got the Mars 2 and the Mars 3 running. I did all 50 of these bases in one fucking day. It is amazing the difference that just a little bit of print area makes on a resin printer. These are all coming your way. These are all coming your way here right quick. I gotta finish off the last prints. They're on the plate now. And I'll be firing those off. Man, oh man. Thunder, 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 cats. Mike the Shiny Mew, good to see you, my friend. Seriously, 5 gift subs? 5? That's insane. That's insane. But also, thank you so much. Ren Momo, good to see you. GM Kaylee, welcome in. Paradox, how you doing, man? Oh, there, of course, is Autofire Dragon Printer. Getting comfy. What is up? I don't know. What are we doing tonight? I think I'm 3D modeling tonight. I think that's what I'm doing. That's probably why this is on my screen over here. I've been working on this thing for like a week. It's just been me fucking with blocks until I came out with something that I liked, but I'll show you how this whole thing fits together, and then I'm going to be finishing up some details and trying to finalize the last bits of it that aren't done yet. I'm like actively printing parts of this thing as I make it, so I'm going to be making some small tweaks based on what I find out from those. Gotta clean my pants. It's because he spilled his tea. That's why he has to clean his pants. And speaking of tea, I think mine is just about ready. I'm so glad that I switched from coffee to tea. I'm so much less jittery with a little Earl Grey, as it were. Prefer the Mars 3 over the Mars 2. White Wolf, I don't think I print things. How to put this? I got used to the level of detail on the Mars 2, and I know that the Mars 3 is capable of greater detail, but I still make things to that original standard. And like 90% of what I print are things that I make, so I'm not seeing an appreciable difference in detail because I'm not pushing my own sculpting to that level of detail. However, just the fact that it has a larger print bed makes a huge difference for what I can fit on it. It prints at exactly the same speed as the Mars 2. You can just print more, and you can print a little bit sharper. A little bit sharper. It's a goddamn sight better than the Mars 1. So that's something. I was told this would unlock the OnlyFans. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be taking after Steela Rebel, as is my tradition, months after she stops doing it. I'm gonna start up the Thunderhead Oily Fans. That's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna oil paint booty on there. I'm not really gonna do that. I am gonna oil paint booty, but I'm not gonna live stream it. You're not gonna get to see it. That goes in my private collection. We call that one-handed painting. It's a very difficult skill to acquire, but worthwhile. Squeeze, lemon, squeeze. How you doing, White Wolf? It's good to see you, man. How's the foot? Actually, much better. The foot is pretty much back to normal. I still have no idea what happened. I'll tell you something that I do know what happened, though. That was a terrible transition. That was awful. Lemony goodness. We're at 2,000 followers. We broke 2K between the last stream and this stream, which means I have to like put up or shut up. I'll let you guys know right now. I'll be telling you at the end of the stream as I usually do, but I've got family shit going on this week. So I'm not going to be here Tuesday or Thursday, the next 2 streams. I think there's a chance I could get in for one of those streams, but it's a maybe, so I'm not going to plan on it. If I'm able to, I'll just fire up and go. But this next Sunday, 1 week from today, we're going to be doing our 2K follower celebration. We have a bunch of the new shiny Thunderhead Studio dice, and we have 2 Darth Vaders? Darths? Would that be the plural? Darths Vader? I think that would be correct grammar. Darths Vader. Right? Yeah. So we're going to have a pair of Darths Vader for Star Wars Legion, which many of you have already seen, painted in oils with some pretty cool OSL effects. We're going to be giving those away. They're not going to be, they're going to be on standard gray bases. The idea being you can either play them that way, or you can just go ahead and remove them and base them on whatever is going to fit your army for Star Wars Legion. But we're going to be giving away both of the Leader Vader and the Operative Vader, and then for that stream, I'll be breaking out the oil paints, and I'll be breaking out the Star Wars Celebration limited edition Vader that I got that is so fucking cool. And we're gonna be oil painting that bad boy. 1 week from today, next Sunday. Had we not broken 2K like 17 hours ago, I would have just done that this stream. But you know, here we are. We're making do. We're making do with what we got. La da 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 da, steeping my tea. How you doing, Deckard? How's stuff? How's life? What are you up to? You miss the streaming game, you wonderful man, you. Sumatha. Yep, everyone does seem to be doing well. Everyone seems to be doing well. Hitting that 2-year mark, Sumatha. Thank you so much for all of your support for the duration. The duration of this stream. I don't know. I don't know when this stream ends. I don't know when the last episode is yet. But, we'll do like a in memoriam at the end of that, and fucking Sumatha's gonna be up there. Like, this motherfucker's been watching since I had, like, no idea what I was doing. I don't know what he's thinking. Printer's not doing well, but that'll be fixed in a week. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Project Dark Fox. My printers are always in some state of fucked upness. They are right now, too. I need to pull literally all the fans in my new Elegoo, because they are all, and I don't know what the hell happened. This is something that happened at the factory. All of the fans are bad. Like, they technically function, but they're loud, and their function is only going to get worse the longer that they run. And what's fucked up is it's not just the one in the PSU and the power supply on the hot end. It's like the fan. There's a fan in the motherboard compartment that I don't think I've opened that compartment on the Neptune, so I didn't even realize there was a fan in there. There is one though, because I can fucking hear it, and it sucks. It's bizarre. So I got to figure out how to get in there, because part of the reason that I bought the Neptune 2 is that I didn't have to fuck with the motherboard at all. But it's going to be something I'm doing over the course of this week. For this crawler that we're going to be working with, I have a number of test prints of it actually right here, which of course you can't see because, you know, it's teeny tiny and it's in black plastic. We can kind of see it if I catch the light just right. Maybe I should increase the lighting in my room here, but you can kind of see this thing. It's a big boy. It's nearly a foot bow to stern, which is pretty damn cool. I just want to test fit a piece that I just did here. Everything press fits pretty well. Like, you're going to be able to kind of snap this guy together and then run a little glue to keep it from coming apart. go. That's the ballast spine locked in, and then the main body goes on top of that. That fits good and snug and holds it together, and then the ballast weight goes on like so. And I'll show you in the digital space how all this fits together. I'm really, really happy with the assembly on this thing. It's some assembly required. You're going to be printing out a number of pieces. It had to be, Data Nerd. The crates that this thing is supposed to move are about the same size as it. And that was important to me when I was designing it, because I look at a hauler and I'm just like, if it's physically smaller than the crate, I don't see how it is reasonably supposed to lift it. Like, that crate could be filled with, like, uranium pellets or some shit like that. This thing would have to be big and dense. It came out a little bit bigger than I ultimately thought it would, even though I measured it very precisely, but I think it's going to be a good piece. I think one or two of these on the table is pretty much going to cover you. Oh, thank you so much for saying so, Paradox. I thought it was going to be small. No, it's big. It's nearly a foot long. Like I said, it's just shy. Bow to stern is just shy of 11 inches. It's a hefty boy. But, you know, the idea is that you have a bunch of these crates, and then you print a couple of these, and you can do one version with the legs extended, one version with the legs, you know, retracted, and you just plop them down, and you got a nice big piece of, you know, line of sight blocking. And I have, after I finish this, I have one more piece I need to do. I have one more piece I need to do before the set is technically done, but why don't we get to work, you know? Why don't we do that? So here it is. This is the guy. The only part of it here that I'm pretty comfortable with the details on pretty much everything. The only thing that's being worked out now are specific fits and mechanical portions of it. This is not done. This is a placeholder. I'm going to be kind of trying to completely rebuild this tonight. The claw. You can see that it is designed specifically. If I go down to the Belostro cargo mover, open up its... There we go. These are the crates in question. These are it's essentially a 6-inch by 3-inch by 3-inch space. It's built on a series of 3-inch cubes. But you can see here how it's... The idea is that these hooks clamp onto these mounted rods on top to lift and move the crates. So you can see, like, this hauler really kind of needed to be this big for it to make any sense that it could lift something of this size. Booty Hoo, how you doing tonight, man? It's good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. And hello to you, Voxel Forge. Yeah, no, it's not small. It's not small at all. This is a big piece. Mechanically, this piece is comparable. It's smaller than, but mechanically it is comparable to the Borealis that I released for BattleTech. I'll give you a little breakdown on it if you want to see how it all goes together. I'm gonna be making some small changes to it today. I'll give you the rundown. I'll give you the rundown. I'll give you the walkthrough. How does that sound? Let's start at the beginning here. Let's make that go away. Let's close that down. Make the torso and cabin disappear. Forward manipulators go poof. We'll just start at the beginning with what you'll actually be printing. Make the ballast go away. The leg sets go kapoof. This is the foundation. It does kind of have that look to it, doesn't it, Dr. Rhino? Yeah, no, the inspiration is definitely there from the Ghost in the Shell Stompy boys. This is your basics, your foundation, you can see here. And because of my obsessive need to make everything print supportless in FDM, I've really very carefully measured all these angles. So this guy prints flat like so. And that's your what I'm calling the pelvis. And then each of the legs I kind of need to go into, and I need to make some changes to these. The overall assembly works well, but I need to make some small changes to them. Here's the basic leg. And I can go ahead and open up one of my analysis planes here. Which one is it? This one? Yeah. There we go. So this is just the cross-section. You can see how the leg goes together. There's the upper portion here, there's the knee joint here, there's the lower section here, and then there's the foot and ankle. And the reason that it's broken up this way, Lore Friendly, thank you so much for hanging out, dude. You have a fantastic evening, and thank you very much for the subscription. It's going well, Delta Ice. With good reason, Hootie Hoo. I draw inspiration from everything that I love. Now you may be asking, like, why are the pegs, like, angled? What's up with these wedges? And the simple answer is that each and every one of these pieces I have oriented to print, again, supportless and at the ideal orientation for detail on an FDM printer, which, for these pieces, the ideal orientation is with this flat to the build plate. So this prints up like so, and in doing so, this angle is capable of printing without supports. So I had to make my peg conform to that. And then this knee joint, this prints on its side, because circles, round surfaces like this, they don't print well in this direction. If the layers are going like this, they print better if the layers are going because it's able to do a circle as it goes. So this prints on its side, and then this similarly prints flat to the bed like so. And then again, this foot, because it has curves on it, it will print with the ankle and the side of the foot flat to the bed like so. But essentially have a 4-piece leg that all kind of pressure fits together. No, I actually find this to be the ideal way to make mechanical parts like this, Deckard. I can make all my measurements very, very precise this way, which they kind of need to be. Now, it can be a little limiting at times, but I'm not trying to do any complex curvatures, and I'm not trying to do any, like, mesh sculpted surfaces on this. I'm keeping all of the geometry relatively simple. So I haven't needed to use any quads so far in making this. Let's see, make that go away. Why you run slow? But yeah, there's the completed basic leg, and I need to, because I rebuilt my joints, I need to remake my other leg, because it's going to have 2 versions of the leg that are available. This one is done, and I made this other one using my original knee joint, but it needs to be reconstructed. The idea here is this one is like a parked version, where its legs have come in real tight, it's folded up, and its ankles have retracted up. So it's like a, sitting there waiting to be activated, and I need to do something more with this connection point that it has to the pelvis, so I'm going to be working on that. So that's the standard leg, 4 pieces each. As I said, some assembly required. Alright. Now let's see. Where did my pelvis go? There it is. And then you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legs to go ahead and mount into the pelvis to give you your base. Oh yeah, no, that's not strictly true, Voxel Forge. That's not strictly true. You can export OBJs from Fusion pretty well, and the topology won't be crazy. I'm able to move OBJs from Fusion into ZBrush without any real issue. Okay, what next then? Moving up, we have the ballast piece, which is to give this guy a little bit of weight on the back end, because it is hauling a bunch of weight on the front end, so this is to balance the cargo. And let me go ahead and slice this bad boy in half. Spinal axis. Honestly, Voxel Forge, I'll take an OBJ over into ZBrush, I'll just hit it with Dynamesh, and it's ready to go. It's surprisingly easy to do. Alright, so you can kind of see how this starts to go together. And similarly, because of the way all of this is designed, this piece here, the spine, is designed to print on its side. So this surface is flat to the bed, but then the weight is designed to print with this surface flat to the bed. So these are two separate pieces. This slots in and then this slots down on top of it, and this has its own little grooves here. Right? That works out pretty well. This is the piece that I just finished and made sure that it fits. And then we also have these little grooves here and this here, and those go with... Where is it? I've got too many goddamn components here. Boop! Our main torso piece, which goes on like so, locks in on top of that and fits into those little slots there, which if I make this go away, you can see how it has these little grooves on the bottom, which lock it in and keep everything just where it's supposed to go. Now this piece, you're going to notice, it has like this funny angle right here, and if you look at it this way, you'll notice, in fact, this is something I'm very proud of. And it's silly and it's simple, but this bad boy here, because of this angle, if you were to print this angle flat on the bed of your FDM printer, this would get that stair-stepping that you've seen so many times if you've done these shallow angle prints. It'd be like this jagged ziggurat effect. This surface is going to print ideally with this flat to the bed, which is how this piece is designed to go. This is the flat to the bed, and then it prints up all the way to the tip. So there are only certain angles you see in here, and you'll notice that there are no overhangs of 90 degrees this way. There are only overhangs of 30 degrees, even each and every one of these grooves in here, right here, the inside here where it locks in. Like, everything here is designed to print nice and clean with no stair-stepping, no fuss, and no muss. And no supports. Most importantly, no fucking supports. You don't have to use supports on anything on this entire piece, and I'm really, really proud of that. Sometimes I feel like I'm wasting my damn time and nobody cares. And you know what? That's possible. But I'm enjoying it. Mike, if your printer is tuned and isn't like stringing and making messes on its own, there isn't really any cleanup. There are no supports. All the surfaces will come out as well as they possibly can. And my details are nice and chunky with all the rest of everything I make. The idea is you print this out, hit it with some filler primer to fill in as many of the gaps as you can. Go for it. Alright, let me see. We're not quite done here because we haven't gotten to the really fun part. There we go, bring the cradle back in. I change my names for everything as I work, which makes this confusing. Done the final detailing on here. And then again, because of the way the angles are, I wanted the cabin to be a separate piece. So that prints with this flat to the bed, and then it just slots and glues right in there. How does it function with the new MN res... Wait, what? What are you talking about? Alright, let's see. So, we got all those pieces. What are we going to print next? And this is where I'm getting to the parts that I need to finish, because these are all pretty good, except for the leg joints that I need to revisit. All of this works, and my test prints of it have come out really, really nice. Good and strong, really, too. And that's one of the other advantages to printing everything the way that I have it oriented here. Once assembled, this thing is strong as fuck. Like, very few parts on this are breakable. I think the weakest joint on here, quite naturally, are the connection points for the mechanical legs. And I don't know, like, I'm going to make those a little bit stronger, but that's just always going to be the weakest point on a design like this. The rest of it is solid as a brick. Oh, fuck Dr. Rhino. God, you know, I knew it was something. I was sitting here thinking, man, that's going to be something. It wasn't DN, or I would have guessed these nuts. So, you know, congratulations. Thinking ahead and getting me there. Let me turn these off. Those don't need to be there. Alright. So then we got this void here. And, oh, wait, I forgot one other thing. Which are the manipulator claws. Chink, chink. Right there and there. These are funny little pieces. They slot into these little square peg holes. sort of on the front, like little pedipalps for your spider bot. And these, if you look at them, because I have the basic component right here, these are just designed to flat print as a single piece. They're not like the most detailed piece in the universe, but they get the job done, and they easily print as one single piece. You notice they don't really have any detail on the bottom, because this goes flat against the print bed right there, and it prints up. But I don't figure it really needs any detail on the bottom, because it's going to sit like this at a downward angle. So, like, yeah, if you flip it over, yeah, there's some flat surfaces down there, but I mean, this isn't really meant to be seen from any angle but a high one. Yeah, I know, Data Nerd. I know. It's not an actual spider, you know. You know why that is, Deckard? Because that's what they are. If you look if you go look at Ripley's power loader, you will see this exact joint. This precise joint here, where there is an axis of rotation right here, there's an axis of rotation right here, and then there are the two claws that go in and out on a rail. It is precisely the way the power loader that Ripley drives is designed. Desert Owl! Desert Owl, thank you so much for the raid. Happy birthday, dude! I hope you had a good stream. I lurked for a lot of it. It is indeed Toby Silverstone. I've just been going through the breakdown of this big mechanical beast. We're almost done. We're almost done getting caught up here. I kind of enjoy this cross-section, though, so you can see how the primary body fits together. It all prints at different orientations, and this is one of those things where I'm going to have to make it very clear in the documentation. And I'm very serious. I'm very, very serious about this when I say it. For the love of God, people, if you want to print these files, print them in the fucking orientation that I give them to you. It drives me, like, even Alex has done this with some of my stuff, where he gets it and he just figures, like I didn't think about the orientation of the files when I save them, and he'll, like, you know, reconfigure them in the way he thinks it's best. I swear to God, just slice them and print them. I promise you, I've put thought into it. And if you change the orientation, it's not gonna come out as nice. Because I did everything very specifically. I can be a little obsessive. I can be. He should know better. He should. The Toby Silverstone, these don't need pre-supports. I design everything to be supportless. This entire mech prints supportless. Every single piece of it. Alright, so we got little forward manipulator arms there. Let's make the base go away. And then there's this little plug spot here, which I just finished test printing, and I do need to make some modifications to. That will be the lower crane pivot for the crane arm, which that prints flat up like so and slots down in, and it has a couple of little gear teeth for orientation. Kinda wish I got my arm caught in a 3D printer rather than a lathe. Yeah, that would be significantly less damaging, Crusader Dempsey. Good God, man, I hope you're alright. Thought I heard my printer under extruding, but I don't think it was. 1000 Young, welcome in, good to see you. Brett Watson, howdy howdy. And can it be printed in resin, or is it an FDM print? So, everything here is optimized for FDM printing, as in to get the best possible detail that you can and the best possible strength out of FDM printing that you can. Some of these pieces I'm going to include...
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is
not. God damn this camera. We went like a straight fucking, like almost a year without any camera issues, and then out of nowhere it's just like, oh, why don't I freeze like 4 times a stream? Hang on, I'm fixing it. Where the fuck is my camera in my scene? It was right here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Deactivate. And like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and take my Twitch bucks and I'm gonna put them into getting a proper capture card. Because I've pushed this little USB capture, I think, as far as I can at this point. It's getting a little ridiculous. Alright, there we go. There we go, that's better. Alright, let me get caught up here. Yeah, so I'm going to include some of these parts as, like, if you want to resin print them, you can. Specifically, the forward manipulator arms and the legs as single solid pieces. I'll include the files. So if you want to print them in resin, go ahead and do it. Like, you could do the rest of this in resin if you've got a big printer. I think you could probably fit this on, like, a Mars 2 or 3. I can't stop you. I don't think it's really, like, a bad idea. It will look fine. So if you want to do that, I'm going to say go ahead. But it is optimized to be printed in FDM. You can always hit, by the way, Toby, you can always hit !STL to get a readout on what I'm printing. And if you want to know what I'm printing right now, it is literally this piece right here is what's on the printer. Because I'm working my way up with the test pieces right now. By the way, Toby Silverstone, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah. So this has like this little gear tooth mechanism right here. This piece is designed to print on its side, which you can kind of see it doing over there. And as a result, there are angles in here to make sure that everything goes supportless, nice and easy. And because of these little gear teeth and the ones on the inside, the idea here is, now it's not meant to move, like in the sense like it's a toy, like you can change the angle of the crane. It's meant so that you can, we hit 2K. We hit 2K between streams, Cookie Mama. This next Sunday, we're going to be doing our 2K follower celebration. We're going to be giving away some Darth Vader. We're going to be giving away some dice. We're going to be painting another Darth Vader in oils, the exclusive limited edition Star Wars Celebration Vader. I'm so excited about that. I'm glad you like him, Brett Watson. The big set, the Army Painter mega set of speed paints that's on its way, and I'm going to be using them a lot more over the coming weeks too. So we're going to be trying out the new colors. How long does it take to print this entire crawler? So this piece is the biggest of them, and it has generally run me about 11 hours. Other than that, like, I think this piece came out to like 6. This piece came out to like 3. So, you know, we're up to about 20 hours there. I think this guy was another 6. So we're just over 1 day. These are only about an hour a piece for these. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I would estimate overall it's about 2 days of printing to do one whole Belostro. Two fat Vaders, some oil. How you doing, Radio Santi? I'm sorry I didn't say hi. Painting a Terrorgeist now, and wow, looks... Yeah, the speed paints are really great. And like I said, I kind of want to stretch their legs and see what we can do with additional pieces. Alright, so there's this lower crane arm piece, and again, the idea here is you can't change it once you've assembled it, but you can assemble this arm in at a variety of angles because of the way the little teeth interlock. So you can kind of change the angle, glue it, and then, you know, pose your mech. But once it is glued, it is meant to be a solid piece. It's not meant to be a working mechanism. That's a bit much even for me on a print like this, because I just figure, like, once you paint it, you're not gonna want a moving mechanism. But once you paint it, it's meant to be a static piece, more or less. I suppose if I get crazy and decide to create a working crane arm that you can move regularly, like, that's just extra files. I could just release some files in the future, but this is how I'm doing it for right now. So then there's the upper arm, blam, that goes on like so. This has the same little gear interlock mechanism at the top on the inside here, which again I'm going to need to modify this somewhat today. You can see that up in there. So you can choose your orientation for that bad boy as well. And then the piece that I really need to do some work on is this claw. This is a placeholder. This is the first part that I made when this thing was still getting blocked out. And this, I have no idea yet. I'm working on this. This is the last bit. How you doing, Vergataron? Good to see you, man. Alright. Alright. Let me get to work. Oh, thank you, Toby Silverstone. Yeah, it needs some little changes. It's just very rudimentary. This is kind of how I build things. This is just, like, conceptual. This is how do I generally want it to fit together and then figure out the details later. And I think now I know. And I'm gonna make some major changes to it. But the first thing I need to do is I need to make some adjustments to the lower pivot piece here. Because, shoop, if you look at it here, these angles are all wrong. Specifically, this is wrong. So let's adjust. Actually, I have a better idea. If I just split you by you, you'll match up real nice. That go away. Split you again. Isolate the piece I want to remove. Yeah. You have trouble handling two planes, I know. And then remove this. Make that all one piece again, and have a look. Even that out. There. That matches up nicely now. And because this is identical front to back, I probably need to go ahead and make sure that that remains true. So let's mirror you, shall we? How you doing, Punished Fink? Good to see you, man. Please, lurk away, Desert Owl. Joy of Painting Minis, welcome in. Really, Toby? Really, Toby? I would be excited. I'd be excited to know which of my STLs fired you up. Oh my god. I hate it. I hate it when it does this. That was completely wrong. There's no wonder that didn't work. It gets so confused when I'm trying to tell it to use relative distances, and yeah, there we go, 13, because it's fucking 26 front to back, you big idiot. That's why it wouldn't mirror. Oh no, you're just gonna be a pain, huh? Well, guess what? You're identical front and back, so I'm just gonna mirror your ass. Let's get rid of that sketch. There, all fixed. Now it doesn't matter which way you mount it. This is something when I'm designing files, I either make it impossible for you to mount it in the wrong direction, or I make it so it doesn't matter which direction you mount it in. One of the two. I like idiot-proof assembly. 1000 Young, this is Fusion 360. It does really, really well for precise mechanical designs. It's the easiest software I've found to do stuff like this in. You don't need to exist. Let's get rid of everything I don't need to be looking at. Okay. So that should be good. That should be fine. And as soon as that arm is done on my printer, I'm gonna... In fact, I'll put this on my other printer. Save that as an STL. Let's go ahead and open that. Fusion loves to port STLs at a bizarre 90-degree angle, so I'll go ahead and correct that orientation. Blam, there we go. Where's Makira at? There it is. Walls are really cool. Generator, a few of the other scenery pieces, gonna be great for Epic 40K still. Yeah, no, they're about the right size. They're about the right size for using with Titanicus. Now, I definitely designed those pieces, Toby, with BattleTech in mind, but I always try to be aware of other game systems, which is why I think the universal versions are what you're gonna want, because like they will attach to hex bases, but you don't need them to. And in Titanicus, you don't need to do anything with hex bases or Epic 40K. Epic 40K Titanicus, tomato potato, you know. Welcome in, Techno Sugar. Good to see ya. Look at Mr. Square Peg actually participating in chat. That's out of control. Raise getting back into BattleTech discovered me through discovering Renegade HPG. Oh man, yeah, that interview was a lot of fun. Renegade wants me to do some more stuff for them, and I want to work with them. I've been so busy for the last few months with my own shit. I want to find some time to do some painting videos for them. And I think now that I'm doing speed paints, maybe I'll do a video on like, here's how you can do some spider-mechs with speed paints real fucking easy. Working on printing a Chaos Predator and Land Raiders, fuck yeah. 1000 Young, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, Automat. Thank you for calling me competent. That means the world. The files, do I provide universal versions with all files, like the roadway? It looks awesome, but I don't need the hex tiles that come on just the road, etc. So, Toby, for the roads in particular, the roads are always on hexes. There is a completely different version of the roads that is entirely hexless. I want to say it's called, like, Urban Jungle. If you look, though, there is a completely different version of the printable roads and city set that is a completely hexless version. It doesn't conform to the 60-degree grid that that all the hexed roads do. So you'll want to find that one. That's a really nice set, too. I'm really proud of that one. For everything else, though, the universal buildings will work fine with the hexless road set. I agree, Mr. Square Peg. Like, they screw up their specialty games themselves so damn much. Alright, let me check my settings here. Should all be good. I don't need ironing to be on. Let's make sure it isn't. It is not. Man, oh man. Hamburg Tech. I see they'll just let anybody in here, huh? 19 months. 19 months, and here we are. Here we are indeed. Hamburg, thank you so much for all of your support, which is a huge amount of support. Dude, Hamburg. Oh my god. We just hit 2K followers, by the way, just a little bit ago. Large set of speed paints. Yeah. It's kind of nice in a weird way right now that it's like sold out everywhere, because for those of us who have trouble with retail therapy, we're not tempted to spend the money on them. For the most part, I managed to get a set, and it's on the way, and I'm going to be testing out all the colors that aren't in the starter set. Oh, everything else should be good. Ironing is off. I don't want ironing. Is my retraction on? Yes, I don't have Z-Hop on. That is ideal. Let's go ahead and slice this bad boy at 0.2. Hour and 20 minutes. We can do that. Mr. Squarepeg, I would say that the entire Hextech Universal line is compatible, scale-wise, with Epic 40K. Because Epic 40K is, what, between 6 and 8mm, right? I'm pretty sure. Oh, Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. Techno Sugar, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for 2K. We're going to be celebrating this next Sunday. Let's go ahead and save that. Lifter arm pivot.g code. Alright, give me just a second. Alright, and that is printing. Now, I already know that that piece fits down into the torso properly. It's just the way that it connects to the lifter arm itself that is in question. God damn, this thing actually, like... I haven't glued anything, and it's like, this might be a mistake. Maybe I'm gonna fling plastic all over the room, but... No, this is all holding together real well. Just the press fit. Like, I strongly advise when you assemble this that you glue it. I recommend epoxy. But the press fit's working real nice. It's pretty solid. Throw baby! What's up, Bitterbrush? How you doing? Nobody gets my references. Ah, come out. Yeah, it might press fit too well. Bitterbrush. Welcome in, dude. How was your stream? How was the rest of it? I only got to hang out for a little bit. Damn, this thing is really in there. I didn't realize I made it that... Oh, I know why. It's because I put those two little lateral teeth. Those are holding it really, really tight. You have to lift it out. Oh my god, I have over-engineered this thing to the point that it's... It might be indestructible. No, it's not indestructible. I shouldn't say things like that. Oh my god. The dual locking teeth are actually really strong. Fuck. You like that, Toby? I'm really proud of the Aerotech facility. I think that the set I'm most proud of right now is probably the most recent release, the Power Complex, but there we go. Come on. Oh man. Yeah, I can confirm this thing really locks together well. Dude, those Death Guard are looking badass. Bitterbrush. And unfortunately, when I printed this version of the torso, I left some details off of it because I didn't combine them in the STL. Though it's a little low detail, which is disappointing. But you know, I'm gonna wind up printing like 6 of these anyway, so who cares? I just want to test the fit for the pivot. It's decently snug. With a glue job, it'll stick in there real nice. Okay. This is how I do. I just test everything. I test the tolerances and I test the fit as I go. And I make adjustments. Does that fit in well? Yeah, it does. I could make that deeper. Why the hell not? Why not? Why not over-engineer everything? Right? We're gonna make this hold just a little bit better. Just a little easier to assemble. I'm gonna add... How close is that to the top internally? Oh, not very. Can I do 10? Add 1 full centimeter to the length. Yeah. That'll print fine internally. Over-detailed. Built by committee. Let's go. No, over-engineered. Definitely over-engineered. Because if anything's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Open up my basic forward manipulator, and let's go ahead and just make that match. There we go. And I think I can go ahead and let's make these appear. Get a look at this. We can tighten this up. We can tighten this up. Just make the fit a touch more snug. I like a good snug fit. Oh, that's the wrong way. That would make it looser. There we go. Needs a giant laser beam on top. So interestingly enough, Rockin' Robin, I am... Are you under extruding, you son of a bitch? I have been having so many problems with these printers lately. It seems like it's doing fine though. Because of the way I built this, and this is something I keep in mind when I'm laying things out a lot of the time, Rockin' Robin, is I'm like, because this is in as many components as it is, like, say for instance, I could just create a different mount right here and put a big fucking gun instead of the lifter arm. That's not hard to do. For that matter, because of the way the ballast weight attaches on the back, like, I could do a whole piece that connects to the back here to do something totally different. I bear that in mind while I'm working, and I'm thinking of alternative options and things that we could do with this. There's going to be the basic version, and then down the line, if I'm like, maybe I'll make a big gun. Let's make a big gun that goes right here. Then all I need to do is release different files for right here, and the rest of this all works just fine. A scorpion tail laser. Jesus, what the... What? Rockin' Robin, are you starting some sort of international cult government built around the glorious green crystal? Arrow Force Scorpion butt launcher. Yeah, you could do it. You can put anything you want back here, because again, this is a totally separate piece. You see how it fits on there? It just slots down. So you can make another piece that slots in and has different mounting points. And then print up a fresh one, you know? Kane demands it. I'm glad that Ray's at least thought of Robot Wars. Not many people have seen Robot Wars, probably because it's an awful movie. I say this as someone who's like a big fan of Robot Jocks. I appreciate the reference, Rays, but Robot Wars was terrible. I'll tell you what Robot Wars was. Robot Wars was the worst thing it could possibly be. It was boring. It was a movie about giant robots fighting each other, and it was fucking boring, and that is just awful. Why are you still visible? I know why. Because I duplicated you. There we go. But it's from my childhood, yeah. But, like, Robot Jocks is also from our childhood, Rays, but Robot Jocks is awesome. That's not true. Robot Jocks is bad in a different way. Robot Jocks is bad because of some unrealized potential, whereas Robot Wars is bad because of massive quantities of unrealized potential. Jeffrey Combs graced that film. He does. In the very beginning of Robot Jocks, he has one of, like, the funniest little scenes. And, like, the scenes with Jeffrey Combs make me wish there were more world building in Robot Jocks, because, like, do you guys remember, like, the natal propaganda in Robot Jocks? It was like trying to make pregnancy sexy and like this thing that everybody should be doing and encouraging everyone to have babies, and it's because, like, you know, the world population has been horrifically reduced. So they're like, please have more children. Our species is dying. And it's like, I struggle with the fact that they didn't pay more attention to that in the actual writing. Now I need to make... Oh, shit! I shouldn't have started printing this. I shouldn't have. Well, I'm going to make a change to it, and if the other print doesn't come out the way I want, I'll just start another one. It's only an hour of printing, and this will give me something to test it against. That's fine. That's fine. Because I meant to do this. And I forgot I meant to do it, so let's just do it now. The teeth here, the fit is a little loosey-goosey. In fact, ooh. Wait a second. I think I know what I did wrong here. That shouldn't be. How did that get thrown off? How did that get thrown off so much? I know I mirrored it, but the mirror should have been fine. So let's go ahead and fool with it a little bit. My axis must have been wrong. Well, I'm glad I checked. We can fix it. Easy peasy. I'm just gonna go back and figure out what I did wrong. Okay. No problem. Da, 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 da. Since the other part I did was super easy, let's just redo that. This is what 3D modeling with me is like, by the way, people. It's a whole lot of, oops, what did I do wrong 10 steps ago? This is why I try to double check everything. And sometimes I just forget. Add that centimeter there, since I know this is what we want to do. I hate it when I get my geometry wrong. But I'm glad that I noticed it. It probably doesn't even matter. That's the thing too. Like, I overdo it. Everything is probably going to fit together just fine. I like it to fit together perfectly. That's my problem. There. Make you disappear. Mirror you. And I might as well go ahead and save these since I've made changes to them so that I don't forget to do it later. And this is the real key that I was not getting right. That's manipulator arm left. Is get it all right, do the change, make sure it all fits, and then just go ahead and save it. And then go on to the next step. And don't do multiple things at once, because that gives you nice little points you can kind of jump back to. You know, GM Kaylee, I maintain that everything I'm doing, everything that I work on, I work on it fundamentally. It's because these are things that I want. I want to own them. Yeah, at some point, I did something funny here, and I think I know what it was. Many steps ago, and I could correct this, but I don't think it's necessary. I think this is fine. Many steps ago, I didn't orient my arms properly. Yeah, no, I didn't. See, now what I should have done while I was working on this is I should have taken the center of both of these circles, this here, and made sure that they were centered on precisely the same axis, and it looks like I got them off. I must have moved the arm by like a millimeter. Because see, this would be the center point, and it's just slightly off. The arm is oriented slightly forward, and I mean by no more than a millimeter. That's okay, though. That's okay. To Square, thank you for the reminder. Oh, let me get my pillow up there. All this means functionally is that now this piece has a front and a back, instead of being able to mount either way. And, I mean, I guess there are worse fates, aren't there? You're just gonna have to make sure that you mount it properly, but why don't we go ahead and overdo this? I just need to make sure that this can only mount one way now. Which I think I can do. Yeah, I have an idea. Just to make it absolutely clear which way it goes. Let's make Let's get rid of everything that we're not actively working on here. Ballast goes away. Don't need those. Don't need the legs right now. Do not need the cradle. I do need the main body, but not right now. So what I'm gonna do is just create a little orientation piece. This is facing back, right? Yes, okay. I'm gonna go out 3.5 millimeters. And we're just going to chop you like so. Make this one body. And then pull back in our main torso. And let's go ahead and split you by this tool. Easy peasy. Make the pivot go away. Get rid of this chunk here. And then let's give it a little bit of clearance. Specifically about 0.25, not in, no, negative 0.25, thank you. There. There. Yeah, just a little key. Thing, and now this piece fits in like that, and you can't misorient it. And now everyone here knows that this key piece exists because I made a mistake. Way early on in the process, and now I'm making up for it. Oh no, Shock, that's awful. That's, oh no. Oh no. I mean, I did this on purpose. This is a part of my genius engineering. I don't know how you could possibly think anything other than that. That's, the very notion is ridiculous, really, and I'm insulted. It kind of works out because it makes the front of this a bit more closed. Does that make sense? Because this arm isn't really meant to go forward of 90 degrees. Is not really meant to go anything past there. It reasonably could go that far forward if I make this solid. Yeah, that's fine. Give me a little extra visual detail to work with. My extruder's definitely clicking, and it's starting to piss me off. I just unclogged this thing, and I don't know why it's developing clogs so quickly right now. I've been having some problems with these Neptunes, man. It's just short of 11 inches bow to stern, Kursala. I realize it's not a ship, I use those terms anyway. There we go. Now there's no doubt as to the overall orientation. Alright, hold on a second. I just need to watch this for a second to see when it's doing it. This is just weird. It looks like it's doing right after the retractions. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Why is it doing that? That's odd. I'm gonna have to investigate that. It doesn't seem like it's actually fully under extruding. It's just it's struggling with the retractions for some reason. Huh. Strange. Yes. Yes. It is 28 to 32 millimeter. Is the like, hang on. I've got one right here that it's not totally complete, but got the main pieces together. It's about this big. This doesn't have the legs on it, but you can kind of get an idea. Like I said, just short of 11 inches, tip to tail. I literally just yesterday swapped the Bowden tube fittings, the nozzle, and the Bowden tube itself. So I'm not sure why it's struggling with retractions. It shouldn't be. Yeah, that's not, like, that would be the first thing I guessed, Paradox, but like I literally just swapped it yesterday, so it should not be happening. And it doesn't seem to be, like, it's not clicking, it's not under extruding as it goes around the perimeters or the infill. It's just, it does a couple of retractions real quick, and it clicks on them, which is strange. So, Kursala, I am planning to shrink this guy down to 6mm for a little resin printable guy that you can put on a hex base. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. And it's a little frustrating. I'm going to have to deal with that later, though. Can't do it now. It seems like it's printing fine. So these are the joys of running multiple FDM printers. Okay, that should be fine. Let's go ahead and resave these so that I don't forget what I've done. Do I seat the tube before tightening the coupler the last quarter turn? I've never done that. Is that something I'm supposed to be doing, Vergaderung? Is that like a trick? I've literally never done that and never had this problem. I seat everything firmly and then I run the tube and push it up, butt it up against the back end of the nozzle. Your compressor died yesterday. I'm using, I used a master compressor compressor for the longest time, Dr. Rhino. I'm using a Posh compressor now that has the separate air tank on it, and I'm enjoying that one. That one's working just fine for me. I used the master compressor for like several years before it started to die on me. I might try that out for Godarung. I'll give that a shot next time I replace it. Seat the tube with everything hot in the nozzle, a quarter turn loose, then tighten the nozzle into the tube. I had a bunch of people suggest that. Interesting. Yeah, like, it would be one thing if I'd been having problems with this the whole time, but it's literally never done this to me before, which is frustrating. Damn it. I did all that, and I didn't do one thing, but it's okay, because it's just something I need to change now. Specifically... I just want to tighten these. What, why is there... Get the fuck out of here. I just want to tighten the fit on these teeth ever so slightly. We'll see if this is ultimately necessary. Well, snugger fit. It's not meant to be held there by these teeth, but you should be able to seat it down into a good firm position and then glue it and never have to worry about it. There. Of course, I'm already printing the wrong one of this, but no, that's fine. And yes, this is the modeling experience with me. It's a lot of, oh wait, I forgot to do that one thing. Oh, I just fucked that up. Oh, let's go back and fix that. Alright, I think the main chassis is good. I know all of these fit nicely. Yeah? Okay. Make the cabin go poof. Torso can go poof. Let's get rid of the crane arm for now, and let's work a little bit on the legs. I mean, it is the extruder clicking Pop-Tart guy, but that is indicative of a clog or an under-extrusion issue, usually. And it's just weird that it's doing it on retractions. I've literally never had it do... Even when I have clogs, it doesn't click on retractions. It's very strange. So what's my angle here? $135. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Clicking is broken or smooth teeth. Again, it shouldn't be. I replaced the brass gear on there with a steel one. I'm gonna check that out, but that shouldn't be the case. Your gear was loose. I'll take a look at it after it finishes this. And I don't actually want to work on this version of the leg, I just realized. I want to work on these versions. Because these are seated into the pelvis. I swear I had a good chop here, but I guess I would be lying if I did that. So, I'll make one now. These are Elegoo Neptune 2s, Pop-Tart guy, and they're just the base models. Double check that. Yep. Alright, let's go ahead and make a section analysis right there. And, okay, I want to make this a little bit more significant without going totally crazy. Is the Ender? Oh yeah, the Ender logo is on the glass print bed, just because I'm reusing one from my old Ender 3. That is a perfectly reasonable assumption based on valid observations. All right, how do I want to do this? That a square, yeah. That will print well. And I think we'll make this joint stronger. Make the legs go away. Take out this piece. Oh, I know why that is. I was like, why is this little... Oh, I know exactly why. And it's because I have not eased any of my tolerances here. Which, that is my 0.35? God, that was a mistake. .4? 0.45? What the fuck was I thinking? Let's just get rid of this entirely and make a new slot. Yeah, okay. That's better. And let's ease our tolerances. Definitely don't want it to be that loose. That was a little crazy. I could get away with making it deeper, which is only going to increase the strength. Another 3 millimeters can't hurt. Well, let's just make that, I think 0.2. And I gotta do it on the other side before I forget. That'll give it 0.4 on either side, which should seat nice and firm. and still glue well. And if I'm not totally crazy, looking at this from a mechanical point of view, let's bring our legs back in. Where's leg set A? There it is. Let's extend you by another 3 to match. So now, okay, weight coming down on this is going to be applied to this joint like so, which is going to rotate the leg up, which is going to be nice and strong. This won't be in any way tempted to come out. Obviously, particularly if it's glued, it's going to be good. But, I mean, even just with a press fit, with the weight resting on this angled joint like this should be nice and strong. Because, again, it's just going to push this leg upward. It's going to push the joint up, and because of the way this is printed, that should be just fine. Yeah, that'll do. Now I just need to, you know, do that over the rest of them. Which, because of the way everything is designed, will actually be pretty easy. Do need to make the legs go away and get rid of these to start with. Yeah, the Elegoo Neptune 2 is virtually mechanically identical to the Creality Ender 3. So anything that applies to the Ender 3 is almost guaranteed to apply also to the Neptune. Chop and chop. Hold up. What did I do here? Is it just positioned oddly? No, that's fine. Why did it make extra faces? Oh, because it's like ever so slightly closer than the other ones. Well, that's silly. Let's just fix that. Oh, Fusion, you so crazy. There we go, that's better. Bing, bam, boom. Give that 0.4 tolerance. A little bit of clearance. That's not punching through anywhere. Ooh, it is a bit right there. Damn it. Alright, that's an easy fix. I was thinking that because of the angle on the rear, that might be just a touch too much. So let's bring that in by 1 millimeter. Get rid of you. What the fuck are you doing? This would have been easier to do when I first built these cowlings because they were all just duplicates of the same... Oh, I know why you did that. Because you're stupid, that's why. There we go. All better. They were all just duplicates of the same cowlings, but then I merged them into one object, and then after that I decided to make changes. And the best advice I can give for not having to deal with that problem if you're working in Fusion is just save the original components of anything that you're then later merging into other components. Because if I had done that, this step would have taken me a little less time. So I brought that out by 1. Let's bring up our basic leg assembly. And let's drop this peg in by 1 millimeter, and there, that should fit nice. And see, all my other legs are duplicates of this component, which is a really, really nice feature because I'm able to just modify this component, and it'll modify all the others. Yeah, that works. I'll Boolean you. So all I need to do now is take this bad boy and go kerchop. I'm not crazy, right? Yes, okay. I just wanted to make sure that the center of this component was the center of my primary origin axis. I've made that mistake sometimes. I'll tell you, the funny thing in Fusion is you can, like, I'll do this all the time. When I have select body selected, I'll just be clicking on things and I'll go like that. But instead of moving it as much as I just did, I'll move a component like 0.01 millimeters, just not realizing it. I just clicked it real quick and I was like, oh, okay, nothing changed, and then I move on. And then I realize later on that I've moved it off the axis I was measuring everything from. There are ways that you can tie your pieces to individual axes so you don't do that, but I'm usually too lazy to do it. You could describe my work as willy-nilly. Go ahead and duplicate you. Shablam. And there we go. Rebuilt joints. A little funny geometry here. Let's just get rid of it. There we go. Okay. That'll do. Yeah, Boolean has weirdly a different meaning? Like the same meaning, but a different application in 3D modeling and sculpting, which throws me off too every time, Shock, because when someone says Boolean, I think of it in the programming sense, and I'm like, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And then I remember that it does something different in the modeling space. I have no idea why it's called that in this context. I'm sure there's a reason, I just don't know what the fuck it is. Alright, so I guess I can go ahead and make the other leg now. That's not a bad idea. So let's get rid of these. Let's go ahead and have a look inside here. This needs to be gone. That's inaccurate. Let's make a copy of you inside of leg assembly 3 as our focus. There we go. Now this should be knee joint, foot, ankle, wedge, lower leg, wedge, wedge, top. Okay, that's all the pieces that I need. So I'm gonna come down here, get rid of the standard leg. Let's go into the retracted leg that needs to be rebuilt. Make that visible. And you can see it's all kinds of wrong now. because I made changes like a dum-dum. Let's make that our focus. Let's take all these fundamental construction bodies and let's make copies of them. It will copy it into our currently focused component. Hey, what's up, Dino Man? How you doing? I don't want to think about math. God, math is for nerds. All right. Now, I think if I orient all of these, I want to say it was a 25-degree shift. Not quite 30 degrees. I know it was a multiple of 5. Okay, there we go. Then I go ahead and go point to point, here to here. Alright, now the top limb is lined up. And that is what needed to happen. This is a mess right now, but I'm going to sort it out. Ooh, I did something wrong. Okay, that's easy. That's an easy fix. This is me, like, I should have built this differently from the very beginning, but I didn't. So now I'm awkwardly correcting it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you should plan your files well from the start. Have a plan and try not to second guess yourself too goddamn much. Sometimes it's impossible, though. Also, someone who's better at this program, I'm sure, could do this much better than I'm doing it, but, you know, here we are. Where is the cradle? It's down below the legs, isn't it? Yeah, let's make that disappear for the moment. Okay. And again, I didn't build the legs this way from the start. I modified it later, so I have to kind of kludge the connection point. There, I want that component to stay precisely where it is. And these components I all want to shift, so. Let's bring this back in. Just got done with a 9-hour moving day with my brother who doesn't plan anything. Oh my god. Moving in particular without a plan sounds like a fucking nightmare. How you doing, Dino Man? Good to see you, good to see you. Hope that you're getting some relaxation in now at the very least. So we want to move you. You. Oh god. You. You. Yeah, okay. And we want to move you. 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 And we're going to go ahead and rotate you that. What did we say? 30. Was it 35 degrees? Or 30 degrees? I think it was 30 degrees. Now let's point to point it. Match it up. Yep, it was 30 degrees. Alright, now I want to move the lower leg and this wedge pivot. And then all of my components for the ankle and feet. And I want to rotate them on the axis of the knee joint until this matches up. I want to say it was 31. 32? Yeah, there it is. Now, I don't think the geometry of the foot peg changed. So I'm just going to delete these components because they're not necessary. Oh, that's interesting. I forgot that I had done that. That's okay. That's an easy fix. In fact, I'm glad that I noticed it here. Let's make our foot go poof so I can have a clear view here. Yeah, I just need to chop that in. Easiest way to do that is to cut you. And in fact, I could get rid of the old one if I'm a smarty pants. Nope, that was dumb. Should have done, yep. He was not, in fact, a smarty pants, as it turns out. Blam. There we go. Now it is corrected. And I believe if I get rid of that, yes. And then if I get rid of... Where's the old knee joint? There's the old knee joint. That's gone. Why is that wedge still there? Oh, because the old... yeah, that can also be... kerpoofed. Now I have just the new components. And they are all in the right orientation. Fantastic. So now I just need to combine the knee with its two wedges. Let's make that an actual combine. Oh my god, Desert Owl, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's, man, that's... There's nothing for that. That just sucks. I hope that it's just a little hiccup and nothing major, my friend. Should be right. I think that's right. And we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck are all these extra components? They're not. They're literally nothing? Okay. Oh, that's the old wedge. Let's get rid of that. Probably just some tiny bit of fucking geometry that got lost. 1, 2, 3, 4 components. And let's bring back in the pelvis. And that fits nicely, doesn't collide with anything, everything matches up. Wonderful. And I've already tested the tolerances on all these wedges. I know that this fits. And with the way this works, the knee can go either way. It doesn't matter how you orient it. And the point of doing that is that you can have... What is that? Oh, never mind. That was just a funny angle. Not actually a piece of geometry. Bring in this other leg assembly. Get rid of standard. Bring in retracted. Minimize, minimize, minimize. And see how you do these legs, and you can have a version of it that's just kind of squatted and parked, and it sits about an inch lower, and the feet are all tucked in. I just kind of visualize, like, you can have one that looks like it's in the middle of doing something with its legs extended outwards. You can have another that looks like somebody parked it with its legs pulled in real tight. Yeah, Desert Owl, man. Go find out what's going on. Don't, God forbid you be wasting time on Twitch while serious family matters are playing out, dude. I appreciate you hanging out, and I hope you've had a good birthday, and in turn, I hope that the world doesn't ding you for enjoying your birthday. Hope everything is alright. All of my best wishes to you and yours, my friend. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. And really, this should be the standard lower leg, because it has a greater tolerance for that ankle joint. So, let me go ahead and save my new components then. How about that? Save this under both, because this will work for both legs. I think that should work nicely. Hold up. Why does that look like that? It's an easy fix. I'm just glad I noticed it. I don't want that to clip in. So let's just bring it back. Why will you not let me? You're gonna be a pain, huh? Okay. Super. Fix it the other way then. Fusion can unfortunately be very twitchy sometimes with certain pieces of geometry where it's just like, you can't do that. Now let me sit here for 20 minutes and think about why you can't do that. You're not allowed, motherfucker. I hadn't realized that I had done that. I'm really glad that I noticed it. Let's go ahead and take a chop here. And let's just reduce this into that central piece. Actually, it might be easier to just do it this way. Yeah. Like so. And now recombine those. Okay, that would have been annoying had I printed that out and that little bit of geometry went wonky. Speaking of wonky geometry, let's fix that. Doing a little cleanup. Hey, what's up, Steel Warrior Studios? How you doing, my friend? Main leg assembly can go kerpoof. That all fits properly now, so let's resave a couple of things. Specifically this. Since we changed it a wee little bit. Leg upper parked. Yup. and resave our pelvis. For minor corrections. Alright. Yeah, that's a fun one too, Steel Warrior. Fusion's just like it. you can see the steam coming out of its ears. Yeah. Sometimes. I just try not to give it too much to think about at any one given time, and it does pretty well. I mean, that's sort of like, that's both the strength and the weakness of the software. Everything in Fusion is essentially just a series of mathematical equations that it is using to then generate the geometry, all relative to each and every other measurement. So when you start, like, you tweak one little thing, and it's like, okay, I need to recalculate literally everything else. Like, which, yeah, it is both the strength and a weakness. It does some things well and other things not so great. Oh, that's helpful, Kursala. Alright, let's bring my standard legs back in. I mean, the legs should be good. I know that all those tolerances fit because I've test printed them. I just need to print new uppers and new pelvis so I can make sure that the new connection points are good, but they should be. They should be just fine. Lower crane pivot we know is doing just fine now. Is that finished? No, that's still printing. This is finished though. Yeah, that's weird. It was extruder clicking on this, but there is no under extrusion. The print looks great. Goofy. Let's see how it fits on the pivot. Why don't you want to lock? What did I do wrong? Oh, I know what I did wrong. This is the one with 3 teeth instead of 2, which mechanically doesn't work at all. That's why I changed it. This is, yeah, I can't use this print. I forgot. I made fundamental changes to this on this stream and then started the new print. So we're going to have to test it on that one when it's done, and then I'll have to do another one. Oh, prototyping. Okay. I don't know why I thought... Originally this... See? I just did it. I literally just did it. Did you see that? I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to click undo. Oop, it shifted. I wasn't even paying attention. I just went, eh. I just clicked and dragged without thinking about what I was doing, and that's so easy to miss that you've done it. I guess, like, you can lock components, and I guess I probably should do that when I'm done working on something, because I just went boop like that, but I moved it a barely perceptible amount. I guarantee that's what happened. I guarantee that's why these axes are not perfectly matched up, is because I just went boop like that, like a ½ millimeter at some point, and I never noticed it. I really should start locking my components more. Just to avoid that. Like, it's not a problem. I worked around it, Vergata we fixed it, but I'm glad that I noticed I had done it. Because like I said, these two axes are off by like maybe 1 millimeter. And it functionally, it doesn't matter for the final print, but for the design phase, it can matter quite a lot. Sometimes when you mirror it, it perfectly aligns. Sometimes it's offset by like 50 to 100 mil. Yeah, so that has to do, that's something to do with components, Steel Warrior. I've had things mirror where it's like, oh, you want to mirror this? How about I launch it 100 millimeters in that direction? It has something to do with the relative origin points of components and the workspace. And I've I've never quite figured out exactly what it is that Fusion is doing when that happens. I just kind of have to fudge it. Alright, that should be good. Let's have a look at the upper arm. Yeah, see, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea, but you see how I've got 3 teeth here? This can't work. This doesn't make any sense for the way that you have to lock it in. I was doing something goofy, I don't really know what, but I gotta get rid of one of these. Okay. Let me get access to those teeth internally. I think I'm just gonna have to do this. Damn it. Why do I make these components visible when I know that I don't want them visible? Why am I so goofy sometimes? I just like looking at them, I think. There we go. Those are in tighter, which is excellent. That means I do need to mirror it out now, which is fine. Why is there an extra face on here? That doesn't make any sense. Get out of here. Get out of here, you wacky face. Why will you not give me my midpoint? Let me sketch here. Where's my midpoint? What? What? What are you doing? Why do I have 2 midpoints on a single... What? What? What's happening? What is this shit? Was that why it was doing it? Probably. Because there was just an extra... Yes, that is why it was doing it. That was strange. I don't know why I thought there would be an extra face there. You gotta think about it? You gotta think about it, Fusion? Come on, man. Fusion's been running slower for me in just the last week, and I'm not sure why. Things that it used to just hammer through, it has to think about. Oh, maybe I need to do some PC maintenance. It's entirely possible. I'll tighten this up ever so slightly. I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this. I think that'll be fine. If I need to tighten it up, I can do that after I test print it, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. See, it did it again. Why is it making 2 faces here? It's one body, but I mean, it gets rid of it real easy. It's just strange that it does it. Did the same thing here, but it goes goofy with my geometry if I remove these. That's weird. I don't understand you sometimes, Fusion. Yeah, whatever, it gets the job done. How many pieces? How many pieces indeed? Why don't we find out? Actually done a lot of little maintenance passes just now and gotten done most of the problems, fixed most of the problems that I noticed today. So let's have a look. Let's bring everything back in. So outside of the claw, which I need to completely rebuild this, the claw itself is still just a placeholder, and it's the last thing that I need to work on. Was that a purple sun? Ignore that. That doesn't exist. There, it's gone. Absolutely not. There's no purple sun. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so each leg is 4 pieces. So it's 6 legs, that's 24. So we got 24 pieces right there. Okay, so 24, 25, 26 for the 2 manipulator arms, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35 plus however many pieces the claw is composed of. It's... Look, it prints in 35 pieces for a reason, okay? It prints in 35 pieces because you can pose it in a variety of ways, and because it's going to be super fucking strong, and all of the details are going to be ideally oriented for FDM printing. Also, Steel Warrior Studios, I'm sorry that this is going to print in, like, probably about 40 pieces. Shit. I hadn't done a count. In my defense, most of those pieces are the legs, because the legs come in 4 pieces each. We'll Psyocast it. It's fine. It's fine. Gonna add some pods to the legs and weapon mount above and behind the cockpit. So, as I was saying earlier, it's just under 11 inches long. This is the main body right here with the ballast attached. The successful test printing of it. And yeah, it's just under 11 inches ass to nose, as it were. It's a big boy. Good project for the Ender 2s. Yeah, these little pieces, the majority of the pieces... Well, the nice thing is, too, like, I say 24 pieces, it's 4 pieces 6 times. And they're all identical. So it's like you build the same leg 6 times, and then you mount it to the pelvis, and boom, you're done. Well, I got that beat paradox. And as I was explaining earlier, I do that because of ideal print orientations. Like this piece, the central torso piece, has to print with this part flat to the bed. It has to print this way in order to get the best possible surface finish out of this shallow angle here, and then out of these, the orientation of these rounded surfaces here. Similarly, this spine has to print on its side, whereas the ballast weight has to print on this face. Like, I've put thought into each piece and how it orients. Looks like a drop ship mover. I mean, you know, you could use it for just about any damn thing you want. It is designed to move these. These are, like, this is the set that I've made that I'm so damn proud of. If we go into the other components here, which, it's funny, the set started with this shed, and I don't even think I'm going to release this. I really don't think I'm going to release this. This was the first thing that I made as part of this project, and I have to be honest, I don't like it. I don't like it. I need to rethink it fundamentally. I test printed it, and there's parts of it that I like, but it just doesn't seem to serve much of a purpose. I'm not, like, a huge fan. I did the magnetic door hinges. I'm not a huge fan of them. I think mechanical's probably better. So I'd have to rebuild the hinges and the doors completely. Like, I think the shed itself looks cool. I think that the little removable roof, like, works pretty decently, but I don't love it. This was the first thing that I built. And then this led me to... Let me get rid of the Belostro here. That led me to making the... I'll walk you through it. I made this, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Okay, now I want some cargo containers that I can stack, right? Oh, here's another piece that isn't, like, I built it, but it's not going to be released as part of the set. I was just fucking around. That led to the containers. This was the second thing that I made. And then I was like, I'd sure like to actually stack these. It would be neat if I could stack these up and they could, like, soft lock with each other so they wouldn't come apart. And so then I turned this top surface into a grid pattern that goes into the bottom. I've reworked this grid like 5 or 6 times. And right now I think it's just perfect. It's just perfect. And you can see I have these little print runners here, these little extra pieces to make sure that this bottom surface actually prints really well. And so these can lock into the grid that's on top of here in almost any configuration now. And making that one led me to making the 1x1. Come on, Fusion. Yeah, that's the thing, Vergatorung. The construction system emerged after the shed. And so the shed, I think, needs to be rethought to integrate it back into the construction system for the rest of the set before it goes anywhere. So that led to this. This is a 1x1. Everything here is built on a 3-inch cube system, effectively. So like this is a 1x2. This is a 1x1. Then I was like, oh, we should have some variety. So now we have the sort of like fluid and gas container that conforms to the same system with the grid on the bottom and the grid on the top. And then I'm like, oh, we should have some variety. Okay, so you can have 2 different versions. And you print this part separately, and then you paint it, and then you put it in the cage so that you have full access to it. You don't have to try to paint it past any other pieces. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Well, if we're gonna have that, then we should probably have one that's, you know, long as well. Okay, so then we have this, and it's got like this little, I think I call this a magnetic containment unit that goes inside of it. Or alternatively, you can have the long fluid and gas tank that goes inside of it with a little top surface on it. Okay, so you got 2 variants of that. And I was like, yeah, you know, we should have a tall one. Let's have a tall one. Why not? And then of course you have I'm not sure what did I call this? Plasma core. Yeah, sure, why not? It's not really anything. You paint it however the fuck you want. It's like, you know, a technological thing to go inside there for storage and protection. Or there's this sort of double spherical tank stacked on top. So you got 2 variations of that. And then the final pieces, and the pieces that I'm really the happiest with, are the ramp and the work surface. And this just takes, the work surface just takes the top of the grid and makes it into a playable surface for models. You can use this to bridge spaces between containers. You can use it to just put on top of one container and make it into just a nice flat surface to play on. Because you can play on top of one of these containers, like, no problem. But because of the grid, you see how it fits on there, it just chunks right on top. But because of the grid, as mentioned, like, it's not, you know, you can put a model here or here, but like balancing it on top of one of these pieces can be a little awkward. It's like, you can do this. But if you want it to be perfect, if you want it to be nice and flat, you go ahead and you drop one of those bad boys on there. And then I've got the ramp. Oh, I love the ramp. The ramp is my favorite. I love this piece. $38? Yeah. Any hollow/open containers. So I thought about that paradox. I thought about open containers, and I decided against them. I decided against them mostly because I hate them. I Ironically, this is the one orientation that this doesn't actually fit on because of the corners that are on here. This is the one combination of pieces that doesn't work. You do need to take the ramp. And it'll go on the other ones. It'll go on the other ones from this direction, but you need to have it coming onto these primary containers just from a 90-degree angle. Like so. Then it fits just fine. But, you know, this locks into, again, the exact same grid. Yeah, it's... here's the thing, is because I was thinking about that, and I'm like, look at the length of this. And you've got what is essentially just like a 2.5-inch rectangular corridor from end to end. And I'm asking myself, as a player, do you really want to take your little pinchy fingers and go into the container? You want to be like, I'm moving my model through the container. Let me push it with the tip of my finger. Is that really something you want to do as a player? That fucking sucks. And furthermore, more times than not when I've played with pieces like that on the tabletop, it leads me to scenarios where you forget there's a model there. Like, somebody puts a Space Marine in there, and the game goes on for a while, and then at some point later, you're like, wait a second, I had 5 guys, not 4, what's going on? And you realize that you left the Space Marine in some stupid little tight space that nobody can see. It's not great for gameplay. So these essentially are just ways to raise elevation, and not overcomplicate things. Pondering buying some Space Marines that do counts as Dead Zone Enforcers. I'm with you on that one, Roland. Of the Dead Zone models, the Enforcers are probably my least favorite. And I know that, like, the 3D printing community, as far as tabletop terrain goes, is all about build anything you want, make it as complicated, have the fucking little doorways, and you can slide it, and it's a working mechanism, and there's a hinge on it, and you can make it go in any angle, and it's like, half of this shit is just people doing things because they can. Or because when you don't really think about it, it seems like a good idea, but if you apply some common sense to it, it results in shitty, confusing gameplay. So why do it? Why do it at all? If you want to go under things, if you want to create raised surfaces here, it is as easy. And let me make this go away. Get the fuck out of here, Shed. I hate you. You're garbage. You're trash. You can just do this. Oh, God. 152. Go like that. Take this ramp. Give it a quick rotation. Oh, God. Yeah, I know that surface. I know you don't like interacting with the surface because of all the points on it, Fusion. Just bear with me, bro. It's my fault. This isn't gonna match up because I'm just fucking around, but... And then do you take your work surface piece? $38. $76. You lock it like that. And bing, bang, boom. You have an overpass. But you know what you have now? You know what the difference is here, Paradox? Now you have an overpass piece that is much more accessible and wider, and if you need to get to something that's in it, you just grab that part and you lift it off and you do what you need to do and then you put it back. This is, to my mind, infinitely superior to having a cargo container that you can open up and try to move through and forget that your models are inside of. I see those all the time on like Warhammer 40k tables, like the open container, and I'm like, why? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do with that? How is that adding to your experience in any way, shape, or form? And you can build like crazy. You can build surprisingly complex assemblies out of this. Because this guy, this ramp, you'll notice it also has a grid lock here on the bottom. And it's also precisely the length of one of these containers. Which essentially means that this If you've got a level 2 going boom, boom right here, this will lock into this right here and then lock into the top of a surface that's one higher over here. So you can have multiple layers of crates going up. And this ramp, like I said, it's one of my favorite pieces. You'll notice it's got some funny angles on it. Like right here. What's that? Why isn't this symmetrical? Isn't that strange? Why is there this surface over here and then this angle over here? It's odd, isn't it? It's because everything here prints supportless, and because I wanted to have these nice deep shelves on the steps, because you can take your models and put them on these steps, and tuck the edge of the base underneath here, because this is a 7mm clearance, and then you're good and stable, and this can support up to, I believe, a 45mm base. And it's also designed so that every 3 steps, boop, 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 is 1 inch vertically. So if you need to count how many inches you're moving vertically, like if the system says, oh, if you move your model vertically, count that against its movement value. Well, you need to know how many inches? 3 steps, that's 1 inch. 9 steps, that's 3 inches. If you're climbing to the top of one of the crates, that's always 3 inches. These are just rules of thumb, so you never have to measure. It's always going to be the same. You're going up, 2 stack crates, you're going up 6 inches. Boom, you're done. Easy peasy. Similarly, you can use these for measurement on the table as you're playing. If you've got a model that's right here, and you move it to the other end of the crate, you just moved 6 inches. Because this is 6 inches. You move it from here to here, you just move 3 inches. Like, in theory, depending on the actual move you're making, there are moves you can make with this terrain where you don't have to measure shit. I am genuinely trying to make the lives of tournament organizers easier. Assuming anyone uses my shit. Yeah, the reason for that also, I was saying, this, humorously enough, prints on its side. This prints on this surface. So it goes up as it goes, and every single angle in here is designed to make sure that this print's totally supportless. You print it, you pop it off your plate, you're good to go. You're set. You can start using it right away. The only thing you have to do, the only preparation necessary with these files is once you print them, you have to come in and clip these off. Just take a pair of clippers and go clip, 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 clip. And the only reason these exist is because your surface contact with your build plate is composed of these... Oh, see, I just did it. I just shifted it. Is because your surface contact is composed of these little squares with gaps between them. And I found that surface adhesion could get a little funky. And you could have one of these break off before it printed high enough to connect at this angle here. So instead of worrying about that, I include these little runners. You can just print the file, come in with a pair of flush cutters, clip those out, you're good to go. And I like this grid system a lot. I want to do this with more than just this set, but this set is what I'm starting with because it was born from me dicking around with this set here. Hang on, let me move everything back to where it goes. There we go. I'm really, really excited about this set here, and I hope you guys like it. Oh, that's not all. That's not all. Let me show you the other thing. And there's one piece I need to add. I'm working on a truck. This will be the last piece before this set completes, and you can see this is as far as I've gotten on it. Is a flatbed trailer with a truck cab that these containers can then lock into because of the little grid lock here. Blip, you can just drop one on there. And it can be, any of them. So you got yourself a little truck. It's kind of neat, right? Again, this is the last piece. I still need to make it. It's probably going to take me about a week because it's taken me about a week to make the Belostro, which is obviously this overcomplicated motherfucker right here. I'll make everything. Honestly, I'll downsize everything except maybe the crates and the grid to 6mm because I can't imagine trying to use that grid system at 6mm for things that small. For something larger, okay, yeah. But that's a bit much. DFW Dwegham, good to see you, man. There's something else I was going to show you. Oh, yeah. The last piece that I think really completes this as a terrain set, other than our big stompy Belostro here, which I'm so proud of, is we've got Scatter. This set comes with scatter, baby. Specifically, it comes with these individual crates that I designed and some barrels. Crate and barrel, if you will. And all these, again, are designed to print support lists. But then it comes with these combined into barricades. And these barricades are designed and sized to fit on top of the work surfaces on the containers. So if you use them at ground level, you obviously don't have to worry about that. But if you want to put these up on walkways that you've built out of the rest of the set, like these long ones are sized to the length of a container, these L's are sized to the length of a container in 2 directions, like these will fit on top. So just everything goes together. Everything is designed with every other piece in mind. And if you're, a psychopath who for some reason wants to print individual crates, I'm going to go ahead and include all of these files in the base set as well. I'm pretty happy with these. I think these all came out neat. I was just trying to get a variety of different sorts of containers that might be used for, I don't know, whatever, weapons crates, I guess. Stuff. Cargo, I should drink some water. Somebody told me to drink water, and I didn't do it. There it is. It's Kaylee. Kaylee, thank you for the reminder. What do we got? Amish Stig, good to see you, man. If it's not already trademarked, Gridlock is a fantastic name for the product line system. God, that is actually a good name. I'm calling it Techscape. Is that a bad name? I feel Gridlock actually would be good, come to think of it. Shit. Can I just add a subtitle? Techscape Gridlock. Oh, now it's getting ridiculous. Hang on. What is this? We've only got about 60% of the top of those containers covered. Wait, what are you talking about, Shock 21? Gridlock. Loca. It's that that glottal stop. That's what you're looking for. Loca. La Franche, if you will. Tech Loca. Gridscapa. Now we're on to something. Shock? What are you talking about? 60% of the top covered. Do you mean when you bridge them like that? Because you have the option of covering all of it or half of it, and if you cover half of it, that leaves you the option of then connecting something like. Let's just have some fun. Let's play around a little bit. Why the fuck not? Do I still have work to do? Absolutely. Am I gonna dick around instead? Yes. Because you know what? We did a bunch of work. We got some shit done, so let's have a little bit of fun, eh? Let's bring our containers back in. Let's bring all of them in, and then let's fool around with them some. Let's build something. I'll show you why that is. Let's make something. What are we gonna make? And the joy of this system to me is you don't need a plan. I'm so sick of having to have plans. Do I look like a man with a plan to you? Like, really? And actually, let's not even do that. Let's use a different one. Let's use the cage container double to demonstrate this. Move that all the way over there. Let's take this guy. Should be our work surface. Now let's go ahead and rotate it 90, move it over, and this is the nice part of having everything be so precise. Over 38, and then over 78? Nope, wrong way. Negative 78. 76. Yeah, there it is. Okay, technically it's 1 millimeter larger than 3 inches, but you can fucking deal with it. Let's make you disappear just for the moment. We'll use you in a minute. Same for you. Same for you. Alright, now let's take our ramp. And this is why that is. Because this, with the way this grid is built, you can put this so that this part locks on right here or right here. So you can completely cover this. Like if you butt these together and put it across, it'll just cover both of them. Which, by the way, makes for great storage, I've found. Because you can just stack these things up and then take the work surfaces and put them on top across 2 stacks, and it locks them together into a nice little block. You fill a bin with it and they don't even rattle. It's really pretty cool. Okay, alright. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's move this 38. Yep, that matches up. Let's rotate it 90. Let's move it over 76. These are all FDM. Dwigham, all of this is optimized for FDM printing. I'm immensely proud of all the little features in here to make this work for FDM. Is it something you really got to think about, Fusion? You see what I mean? It's stuff like this lately it's been having trouble. Maybe I do need a defrag. Alright, now let's move it over 38, which is half of a grid. 76, we'll get there. 152. Oh, wrong direction. Negative 152. Which, actually, that's not entirely accurate. It got a little off. Well, let's line it up manually, shall we? Probably when I rotated it. There we go. Now it's lined up perfectly. This is why. Is because you can lock this over 2 grids, or over, like, 2 rails, or you can lock it over 1 rail. You have the option of doing it either way. So if you just leave half of this, now you have an extra rail here where you can attach another piece. You could do another work surface over here that bridges. Like, you could do kind of just all kinds of shit. All right, let's see. What else? Let's like I said, we're having a little fun, right? Let's move you up 38. Let's move you over 152. Let's move you over another 76. No, let's move you over another 152. Like that. Oh my god, this container's way out there. What can we possibly do with that? $76 over. I'm doing this in increments because I am a firm believer that you should never do math live, because I'm just going to embarrass myself. So I'm doing it in increments that I can easily remember. This is to avoid looking like an idiot at the risk of appearing to be a simpleton. Oh my god. I got my increments a little bit wrong anyway. Boom, boom, boom. That all lines up. You can do like that. Which I think is pretty neat. Move you over 38 so that it locks on there. That gives you just a little bit extra room to work with. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm testing tolerances, doing quality checks. That's definitely what I said. As someone obsessed with symmetry, have you thought about half-width platforms so the whole container can be covered? Well, I mean, they can be. Oh, you mean, like, so you can do that and then do that? Well, I mean, you can make up for that with other, like, you know, put another one next to it and then put another work surface. Like, that's easy peasy. This is the thing, like, it is almost more difficult because I have to do all these little shifts to demonstrate this in the 3D space than it is to just put a set of this in front of you and start fucking with it. And you will be amazed at what you can make out of it, which is why I have a huge stack of it right there behind me. It's over my shoulder. And I have primed it. It is ready to go. I'm going to be dry brushing the shit out of it this week. I'm going to take it out to my game room. I'm going to set up my camera. I'm going to lay out, like, this is how many pieces it is. And it's not even that many pieces. And then I'm just going to make different things out of it and take pictures. Just to show, like, of these pieces, this basic set here, what can I build? You know what? I would do that right now, Dweghom, but I have no good way to show you what I'm doing. Unfortunately. I don't have, like, a camera set up ideally to capture it. And because I haven't painted it, like, if I do it on the camera over there, it just looks like black. It doesn't really show up. And that camera is aimed to, like... I've thought about doing that. It just... I don't have a good angle for it right now. So I'm going to mess around with it in the game room in front of a backdrop and then use that as a demonstration. But you can build crazy shit out of this. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, you want symmetry? You want symmetry? I forgot that I thought of that. I forgot that I thought of that. I'll show you. Damn. I'm a dum-dum sometimes. Because there's actually another piece here that I forgot that I made, which are my support column pieces. Where's my double support? I have a double support. Where is it? I've printed it. Columns, support column. Where's my double support column? I literally have the STL. And I know I built it. Yeah, because here it is. I made this. So where is it? Why is there only the one column? This is concerning. Is that in another... it might be over here. Don't judge me for my messy projects. I will be demonstrating it, Dweghom. I will be. I want to put some paint on them because they're just going to look better that way. So I'm going to be dry brushing the hell out of them today. Or not today, but this week. Hang on, let me grab this. Test print completed for the cargo arm pivot. Let's see how it fits. Ooh, it fits nice. That's not half bad. It has to rock back and forth. I might want to adjust that a little bit. But let's see how it attaches to the crawler. And I need to do another one of these. I realize, because I modified it after I went to test it, but yeah, that'll work nice. Be able to glue that arm in just like so. Again, black PLA in a dark environment. I'm so good at showing things off. I'm gonna bet that it's in here. Yep. Okay, so... So I did a dumb, and I made a copy of the well, I'll tell you what I did, is I started working on modifying the Belostro into something else, and I saved my original project as something so that I could go back if I hated it. And unfortunately, it's in the second project that I made the double support column, because there it is right there. But that's an easy fix. Let's save a copy of that. Okay. This is what I was fooling with the Belostro, and you can see this isn't even remotely ready. This is blocked out and looks like shit. These are the original versions of the legs, and I was doing a version of the feet that were like these little curled over claws. See that? And the legs fit together totally differently. The torso is not even remotely complete. I have these little shitty manipulators stuck onto the front of it. And you can see I had the, I had moved the arm back to the ballast like it was a scorpion. And I just thought this was too much. This is too much. Whereas this makes perfect sense to me. So this is where it is now. And this is where it was like a few days ago. Damn it, Dwegham, I never should have mentioned the Pizza Hut thing. It's all I can see too. I'm changing these pieces. Ignore those. Those don't exist. They're not there. No suns. No suns at all. But yeah, I built this over here. And I made this over here. But we're about to move this into the primary workspace. Boop, there it is. Break the link, make it a permanent part of this. Excellent. Now I can get rid of you. No, it says it's in use. I'll fix that later. What about daughters then? I'll show you. If you're really curious about them, Kursala, I'll show you. That's how I cheat using the Fusion rendering engine. Because the Fusion rendering engine is strangely limited in some ways without using, like, plugins. But and I need to change the way I do this. I need to do my renderings better. But, I'll show you what those are. Because you can only have one standard light source for your renders in Fusion. So that's what it looks like with the standard light source, which looks fine. But you know, you wanna zazz it up. You know? You wanna have a little pizzazz. So you have a couple of spheres that have their material set to be luminescent, and you adjust their color. And they become light sources. Well, now he doesn't get to know what they are, Data Nerd, and that's sad. You can tell him. I'm not going to show him. Oh, my best moments get saved for posterity. Isn't that just wonderful? But yeah, now you can have just a couple extra light sources. I got a blue and a purple. It just kind of makes everything a little bit more visually interesting. Raze, thank you for hanging out, dude. I hope you had fun, and I hope to see you again. We don't do that much 3D modeling on this stream. More often than not, we're painting, but every now and then. Every now and then. And that's what these are. They're just light sources that I can move and control as I choose. But they're essentially just luminescent objects. I should really undo all the bullshit that I just did, so that my pieces are back where they belong. I don't know why I was... Yeah. Come on. Come on, Fusion, really? You're struggling to go back to the design space? Okay. I think it's just because I have so many objects in this project right now. But, yeah, so if you want things like... I figured there might be times when you want to put down work surfaces, but you don't have a crate underneath them, so I created these. Single and double support columns. So if you do have a situation where there's, like, just a little edge of a crate that you can partially connect a work surface to, then just put this on the other end. Like, this is for supporting corners. But, like, you could take this and extend another one out. Like so. And then just drop this in. Bloop. And give yourself a little bit more surface that still has support on the end. And that also works because this has that same grid in the bottom. So you can do the same thing on a higher level and lock this into one of the upper grids. And you can do that with the double column if you want to support a full end, or if you're in a situation where you put one of these down and you just have one corner hanging off and it's unstable, then you can use the single column. So you just print yourself like a handful of these doubles and a handful of the singles, and then if you find yourself in a position where you need to support something that doesn't have any support, you just pop one of those in real quick, and everything will be nice and stable and playable. I really feel like I've thought of most situations, and I'm probably wrong. I'm sure people will prove me wrong almost immediately as soon as this gets out into the wild. They'll be like, why doesn't this one piece do this one thing? But I've thought of almost everything. The only thing that you can't do as far as the full modularity here goes is these ramp pieces will not go over the short ends of the containers. They won't go, like, you can't have a ramp go over the short end because of these corners here. And I confess that was an oversight of me during design, but it's such a narrow case. It's such a very narrow limitation because, like, you know, if we're talking about, it's really just these these singular containers. Because if you're using the 1x1, all you gotta do is rotate it because it goes just fine over this edge. 2 out of 10, yeah, right, that ruins it. That's the thought I had too, Shock. Like, it doesn't, you know, really matter because it's just like a building block system, but I thought, well, I mean, you probably wouldn't want a ramp blocking off the entrance to a container. It also, like, you know, it won't work on the back end either, but it's like, that's such a narrow case. It really doesn't matter. Well, and technically it's not even true. Technically it's not even true, because I'll show you why. It's partially true, but it's not totally true. The reason is simple. Because damn it, this doesn't work. You see, this clips in here, the double lock over these two. Yes, that does not work. That much is correct. But if you really want to do it this way, all you gotta do is do that. This works. This works just fine. It might leave you with one extra grid node in the middle, but that's it. Could you do some industrial cargo housing type setups as well with the same system, Dwegham? That is top of the list for my expansion concepts, is I have a bunch of sketches of these. First of all, additional visual types of cargo containers to add variety that use the same system. And secondly, cargo containers that have been converted into a shantytown is top of the list. Not sure gravity is cool with a ramp, like, why not? This works fine. This is on ground level. This is locked in on 2 nodes. This is perfectly stable. Believe me when I tell you, I have played with these in physical form. This is perfectly stable. And because it locks on right here, like, it won't come off. But yeah, this is one of those cases where it's like I've got the set that all I think works really well, and I'm gonna put it out there and, like, because again, I made this because I want it, and I've been talking about 3-inch cubes. Now, for those of you out there who might be interested in playing Mantic's Dead Zone, which is a very cool game, I want to tell you something. Mantic's Dead Zone is played on a grid. You know what size that grid is? It's 3-inch cubes. Right? Right? So this literally will fit perfectly into the Dead Zone grid building system. What a coincidence! You know, ironically, shocked, it actually is. I'll fully admit that when I started building this set, I chose that arbitrarily. I didn't even measure it. I was like, this is probably big enough. And it wound up being about 3 inches, so I then adjusted it to actually be 3 inches. And, let me tell you, my first vision for this set was gonna suck compared to this, and I just kind of kept adding parts onto it. But yeah, if you want to play Dead Zone, like, you can build a Dead Zone map out of this beautifully, and that is my intent. And getting back to my real point, I make these things first and foremost because I want to own them. This is a set of terrain that I want to use. This answers so many problems that I have with so many terrain sets. The fact that none of these gridlocks are hard, like they don't snap fit together and you don't have to pull them apart. They set together very nicely. And if you want to remove a piece, you just take it and you lift it away. If you jostle it, it won't come off. But if you lift it, it will come off very easily. And each and every one of these pieces is also super fucking durable. So I'm telling you, you want to clean up after a game, it's literally just like, take everything apart, stack up the crates, put the work surfaces on top, dump it into a box, move on with your fucking day. Well, there'll be partial work surfaces to cover just the common uncovered tops. What do you mean, Dwegom? Like, just extra bits? So, I thought about that. I did think about making smaller versions of the work surfaces, but I wound up just making the columns instead. And I didn't want to, like, I had to stop myself at a certain point and go, okay, this is enough pieces. And I figure that leaves me room to expand. That leaves me ideas, so if people like this set, if you get this and you're like, this is really cool, I want to use more of this. You know, it does well, people buy it from Steel Warrior, people print it, people use it. I'll do expansions to it. I'll come in and I'll add components to it. And the nice thing about a system like this, a grid building system, is I can add 1 to 2 parts to it, and that will expand your building potential exponentially. Because it just enhances the total number of combinations of all of the pieces. Now, GM Kaylee asked, are the steps on the ramp spaced far enough for the slot to the side of a typical base? Yes. There is a 7, you can see here. First of all, there's a nice deep shelf in here. Nice deep shelf. And this distance here is 7 millimeters. So, okay, if you've got an outlier base, like if you're basing your minis and they've got, for whatever reason, a bunch of extra crazy cinematic rocks and just bullshit going on in the base, you know, you'll be able to get part of the lip under there, probably. If you've got, you know, 90% of the bases out there where the details don't really go higher than 7 millimeters, which includes... Honestly, no. Dwegom, those bases I made work perfectly on this. I've tested it. Because there are crystals on it, but there's also big, wide areas of no detail. I'll make you that promise right there, Dwegom. If you're using my bases, they'll fit perfectly. Even like model feet will fit under this. But I mean, there's still enough space here that all you need to do is tuck a little bit under there and it'll stand on this just fine. I would say that like 80% of models are going to stand on these steps just fine. And I think what I'm going to do too is I'll just give you guys a little piece. Like, I'll include a file that's like this. And this isn't, you know, accurate, really, but... I'll include a file like this just for those fringe case scenarios where you can't fit under it. You just go ahead and slot that in there, and boom, you've got a nice standing surface. I don't think you'll need, like, you know, print 2 or 3 of these, and that'll probably be all you ever need if you ever need them. Yeah, saving ideas for the DLC. Stay tuned for the Thunderhead Studio loot boxes. Alright, let me... I guess things can stay where they are. It doesn't really matter. I'm done with all these pieces. I don't need to modify them any further, so their location relative to the origin axes is not important. Bella, Noct, how you doing? You caught me. I'm leaning way over. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Metalcore, what's up? Damn it, Metalcore, you would have appreciated all the technical bullshit that I just showed off. Been showing off lots of stuff. But yeah, so there's all that, which I think is really cool on its own. Let me move this under the containers. There we go. And then there are the... Oh, that should go under columns, actually. That's inaccurate. I'll fix that later. And then there are the scatter pieces that you get, which I think are pretty cool and are easy to print, easy to paint, so you have lots of little barricades and scatter to put around your table. That is also part of the set. And then, of course, you are going to be getting the Belostro cargo mover, which started off as just a, I should have a crane, and grew into somehow this 40-plus piece monstrosity. You know, it is what it is. I think it's pretty cool. You don't really need to use this. Not loot boxes, Desert Owl. Just giveaway stuff. You're getting actual things, not the potential of things. You'll know what it is before you get it. Lift arm needs more bulk stuff. Metalcore, damn it. Shh, it's fine. In scale, the lift arm is like a good, I think this is like 4 or 5 feet wide and like 3 feet thick. Like, it's really big. If you're making that out of steel, it's going to be good and strong. If you're making it out of titanium, it's going to be fucking unbreakable. If you're making it out of ferro unobtainium industro steel or whatever the hell you want to make up, it's fine. You're out of your mind. Oh yeah, no, that is pay to win. Yeah, no, you're right about that, GM Kaylee. Absolutely. And I mean, you've seen the... Where's the Belostro? There it is. Little 2 sizer crates that I used for that. Like, it's about the right size. I think anything smaller than the Belostro, which is almost 11 inches long as it is, anything smaller than this, it would look like it couldn't possibly lift a crate like that if it were loaded with dense heavy cargo. It admittedly got bigger than I originally planned. But, you know, these projects, they kind of grow organically. And I still need to do one thing before I can release this. One silly thing. And let's build this truck. For which I have only started to make the flatbed, unfortunately. Hopefully it won't take as long. The truck is going to be nowhere near as complex as the Belostro was to construct. And I think I'm just going to reuse the Belostro's chassis as the cab of the truck so that they look like they were made by the same manufacturer, you know? Can we have a packed up Belostro that fits in a Borealis cargo pod? Jesus Christ, Roland, you're going to kill me. I am probably going to make a solid version of the Belostro, drop it down to 6mm, and then redetail it so that you can resin print a little 6mm scale one. It would be pretty big, actually. Like, in 6mm scale. You can probably figure that out, right? Somebody help me out. What's the percentage conversion from 28mm to 6mm? That's simple math, but I'm not going to do it live because I'm bad at it. Six goes into 28.21. So if I take the total Belostro, and I scale it to 0.21. No, Voxel Forge, nobody said that. Absolutely not. And then Fusion has to think about it for a little while. And then I'm like, okay, what's our footprint on the 6mm version? It's still big, Jesus Christ. This thing's like 50 feet long. That can't be right. I fucked up my math. There's no way it's that big. Right? That's crazy. Hang on. No, it would be. This is a big fucking mech. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Metalcore. Normal containers are 53 feet long. Because this thing's like, it's about, it's not 50 feet wide. It's about 45 feet wide. Because thankfully at 6mm scale, a millimeter is roughly, a foot. And yeah, it's about 55, because I would cut off, I wouldn't really count the arm in the length. It's big. This is a big machine. If this were in front of you, it would be a little staggering. But, you know... Oh, those went way the fuck over here because when I scaled it, it was like, oh my god, everything's in separate components, don't do this to me. I would want to make it solid before I actually scaled it down. Import Battlemaster for comparison? You know what, I can do that. I have that ability. Jesus Christ, look at this. From 2019. What was I doing? This is the graveyard of broken dreams. This is what became the Borealis. This right here. This half-assed concept eventually became the Borealis. Man. Alright, yeah, let's import a Battlemaster. I have so many projects that are just I just abandoned them at a certain point. It's about the size of a Battlemaster. If you laid the Battlemaster on its back instead of standing it up, the Belostro would probably be in the range of 100 of an assault mech. Bay 12, please. Chewing on a cigar. That's actually kind of sobering. This is a big fucking machine, but it's a cargo mover. Like, if it's not... And I mean, you know, considering that a good portion of its mass is devoted to sheer ballast. It's just a big weight hanging off the back so that it's heavy enough and balanced enough to actually lift equally heavy things. The Battlemaster is about the right size. I've scaled this Battlemaster next to the CGL Battlemaster, and they're about the same. If they're off, they're only off by like a couple of millimeters. On a bunch of mechs originally for civ use. Oh yeah, there are agri-mechs, there are industrial mechs, there's all kinds of stuff. Let's see it next to something a little smaller. Let's check it out next to a Shadowhawk. God, I've just been wasting time. Like, I got a few tasks, a few important and technical tasks done on the Belostro, and since then it's just been dicking around. No, that's not true. I've corrected a couple of other oversights and actually found a lot of small things I didn't realize I'd done wrong and made those corrections. This has actually been very productive. Yes. Yes, Kursala, it is. Lining up giant robots and comparing their relative mass, I agree, that is important work. I'll admit I was kind of curious about this, so I'm glad I'm doing it. I think this thing would kick the shit out of a Shadow Hawk. Like, just with his cargo arm, it would beat the ever-loving Christ out of a Shadow Hawk. The cockpit's about the right size, though. Look at that. There's the cockpit on the Belostro, and there's the cockpit on the Shadow Hawk. Now, I mean, it wouldn't because it's not really capable of doing much more than kind of ambling forward or maybe doing like a little scuttle to the side. These nasty little arms could probably do some damage. You could lock that onto a mech's leg or something like that. You could sort of punch it with the cargo arm. Initiate crab judo. Yeah, pick him up and... that's a good point. Look at the mass of this counterweight. If you had an arm that could grab onto a mech like this fucker absolutely has the weight to just heave like a 55-ton mech. Just heave it. Ooh, that's a good idea, Desert Owl. Now, this is something that has been suggested by Sumitha, and again, this is the last real unfinished part on here, and I need to do it. But I want to make, like, a couple of different versions here, so you could have different options, like maybe a big grabber claw instead of just the cargo claw. So I'm thinking there will be other options available in the near future. But, yeah, as a recovery vehicle, it could work really well. Like, this thing would be fucking fantastic at going into uneven terrain, picking up and salvaging pieces of a mech and dropping it onto, like, a cargo trailer or the like. God damn it, Gimmish Car. Why did I point that out? Why did I point out the Pizza Hut logo? I hate that I did that. Oh, it would be slow as shit. Yeah. It would not be doing any running, that's for sure. It's not designed for that. Grab a mech by the ankle. Puny god. Making an escort asset for a custom mission type? Yeah, you could, like, lock a container and have it, like, transporting it. You could do a lot with this. But yes, I will make one of these available in 6mm. Now, I'm going to have to come in and... essentially, I'm going to have to redo the details and eliminate some of them. Just so that the details will actually come through. Like, I'm going to have to build essentially a new one out of this as a solid piece for 6mm, but it will come. I thought it was going to be smaller than it actually is. It's a big fucking mech. How big would a hex base be underneath it? Let me see. 28mm hex. Now, the hex only has to get under the feet. It'll fit on a hex. Wait. Nope. Nope. Nope, I did that wrong. I was like, that seems really large for a hex. It was not a 28mm hex. Not flat to flat. I want to make that 14. Okay, it won't fit on a hex. I was like, that doesn't seem right to me. That's how big a hex base would be. Underneath it. I gotta think about that. Have crab shovel claws? That's a fun idea. Mobile objective markers? That's a neat idea, too. forklift-style telehandler as an ammo carrier. I mean, this is the nice thing about designing an industrial platform like this, is you just change a few pieces and it can be many different things. We are wasting so much time for Gotta Run. It's ridiculous. No! Kursala. Hexes are 33 millimeters. Hex bases are 28 millimeters. With the feet curled in, would it? Maybe. I guess I could check. Assuming that it scaled the components properly, we can find out. That's rough. I think that it would, like, ride the edges of a 28mm hex. Let's see, if you made a bigger hex. You made yourself... a 30mm hex, say, for instance. Okay. 32mm hex, so you're one under. Let me just make this an object. Let me stop looking at sketches. So make yourself a nice big 32mm hex just for this bad boy, right? Man. Oh, see, it's the fact that it's a hex and it cuts in on the corners that makes that not work. The curled in legs, I think, would fit on a 32mm. Damn. Well, you know, you can fudge it a little bit. Like, I could make it a little bit undersized, and I think it would work. Yeah, you need like 50, right? That's fair, Automat. Like, when you see the scorpions on the regular size base, they're always like, their knees are out here and their legs are in here. They're like, I'm a scorpion. They look fucking stupid. Because, yeah, most quad mechs don't fit on a hex base. But yeah, I think I scale it down a little bit, so it'll be slightly undersized, but not much. I'm internally laughing my ass off at the notion of some poor Shadowhawk, which is actually designed for combat, getting just fucking pancaked by this fucking industrial mech. just laid the fuck out. Yeah, I think it would even give the Battlemaster a run for its money if it got too close. And I do want to make an alternate version of the upper arm so that you can mount a gun on this bad boy. Alright, I should probably undo all this. Oh, damn it. Oh, why do I do these things? Thank you so much, Dwaycom. Thank you for immortalizing my shame. Oh, there we go. Back to full size. Now, in fairness, Shock, I don't imagine that the crane arm moves very fast. It would be like a gradual extension more than a punch. But I feel like if you could get the manipulator arms onto something, you could probably tug a mech's legs out from under it. Oh, Coral, good to see you, man. How you doing? What else exists in this graveyard of broken dreams? Got my old... Oh man, I made these in 2019. My Locust arms. This is genuinely one of the first things I ever tried to make, was a Neptune submarine. I had no idea what I was doing. I never finished it. This is as far as I got. Big O piston punch. I could dig that. Like a cat slowly pushing a cup off a counter. Just shoving. just shoving the mech a little bit at a time. Yeah. 8/28/2019. I remember because I also made these PSR tokens and I was super pleased with myself. I also didn't actually end up using these because they're not that good of an idea. Oh man. Ugh. I don't even want to look at it. I don't even want to look at Void Base Gamma. It's depressing. I went nowhere. So there is a free version of this, Dwegham. This is Fusion 360. I have the startup license, and I do for another 6 months or so, and then I actually have to pay for it because I've had the startup license for 3 years. But there is a free version of it, and it limits some of what you can do. Most significantly, it limits you to, I think, like a handful of active projects at a time. So if you look over here in my projects where I'm navigating in this list, like, you'd be like this here, the PSR tokens, this is a project, this is a project, this is a project, this is a project. You'd be limited to a handful of these at a time. You could build a lot, you just have to be smart about how you manage your projects, and then you have to archive them. And legally, you wouldn't be allowed to make any money with the software, but you could use most of the features. Desert Owl, I'm so glad to hear that, man. That is fucking fantastic news. I mean, it's not fantastic news, she's in the hospital, but you know, relative to going to the hospital, it's great that the prognosis is positive. Oh Jesus. I made this for CavCon 2020. Or sorry, 2019. Cav Warmaster 2019. Oh my god, if only I knew then what I know now. This is so primitive. It's a little trophy plinth. Oh, again, this was, I remember working on this. It was a crazy idea. Oh, I keep forgetting about this, but somebody mentioned it to me, and yes, these are going to be part of this latest release, because I made these objectives late last year, intending for them to be used with Dead Zone. And they're great. Honestly, I think these are fucking awesome. I need to adjust the scaling on them a little bit, because they're a little bit small. Not loot crates, they're objectives, damn it. So I'm going to adjust the scaling on these, and I'm going to roll these right on into this terrain set. They're just a series of objective markers, and they have these little dealies on top. They have a magnet socket, and then they have these little caps that also have a magnet in them. And they just have Roman numerals for like 1 through 5. I think I made like 1 through 6. And so, you know, you have objective 1, you put a 1 on it, or you have an objective that's worth 2 points, you put a 2 on it, so that you can identify what the objective means in game terms. But then you can have a variety of them, and they're relatively small, so they don't take up a lot of space. On the board, there's this little uplink satellite node here. There's this, I don't fucking know what this is. It's a science thing. Look at it. It's doing science stuff. It's got some kind of magnetometer, specta, turboscope, gyro, quantum, spinny bob going on here, and this really kind of like ironically retro little data cart here with like an oscilloscope on it and some buttons and like a physical like tape printer for data readout. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. I think it's kind of cute though. Because why the hell not? And it's got like cables leading into the unit. Because screw you, that's why. And then there's a little data cache here. I like this one. I think the data cache is my favorite. There, Spectral Analyzer. That's what it's called. That's what I named it. That's definitely what it is. Do it have the little lock-in keys to go on top of the crate stuff? No. No, this came about long before I started that, and I don't think I would do that either. You put these on top of the work surfaces, for God's sake. Well, I mean, yes, Cookie Mama. I watch a lot of Star Trek. Really Italian mofo. Maybe somebody snuck onto your computer and followed me. Maybe there's like a secret Thunderhead fan somewhere in your house. The follows are coming from inside the house. Yeah, 8 months. How about that? I think I like this one the best, because it's like a little data cache, and then, I don't know, like a power unit maybe? With a cable connected, and then there's like this little, very much inspired by Aliens data terminal with some plugs going into it. So this is just like, you know, a data cache that you find, and then you plug in a power unit, you plug in a terminal, and you get all the data out of it that you can. And this is like a little biocontainment unit, and they're all roughly the same size, and they all have the same little connection on them, so you can, you know, have some colorful objectives. I think I should add one more to this. I think I should add like a little stack of weapons crates. Or like, you know, a crate that's open and you look in and you see like some rifles lined up. Something like that would be, I think, the perfect addition to this set. And then you have 5 different objective markers you can use. I don't think you're going to play many games that use more than 5 objectives. Maybe 6. Maybe 6 objectives, in which case you double up on 1. You know? Find some use for all the extra cash register tape. Well, right here. This is where it goes. And there's like some little file folders on the little table here. Like, this is silly. I recognize that this is fundamentally silly. I just like it. And it prints really nicely, surprisingly. I'm also a fan of this. I think this came out really good. This was inspired by one of the random pieces of scatter from XCOM 2. I saw it and I liked the shape of it, so I made my own. Is it not Dweghom? It looks like it is to me. You gotta analyze your spectral somehow. So yeah, this is gonna be rolled into that. Also, I made these. These I'm gonna release for free. If you are... This is specifically for Dead Zone. I made these for myself. These are gonna go up onto Thingiverse, and I might just get them posted tonight, actually, since I thought about it. But you see this? It's just like a little crate, and you see the little void in the bottom? This is perfectly sized to fit the little loot tokens from Dead Zone. They look like little crates on the back, and you go into the cube that they're in, and you flip them over, and you get something. You get like a smoke grenade, you get some extra ammo, you get something. It's just like a little thing you can pick up and then use. And so you can take the token and you can slot it down into there, and then you can use this to represent those little pieces of loot instead of just having a token on the field. This, again, this will be free, because this is a very specific game component. Metal boxes. They hide their ammunition in metal boxes. I do need to adjust the scale on these. And I'm actually glad that I did this, because I forgot that I was going to add this to the set. Literal loot boxes. Come on, why are you guys looking? You're looking so hard to make me into the devil. Everybody wants Thunderhead to be EA. I don't get it. Oh my god, it's 8. I'm supposed to be doing the storm report right now, you guys. Oh, this is the base that I made for, well, somebody was talking earlier about sculpting on objects that are exported from Fusion. And doing more advanced stuff. So let me show you an example real quick, and then I'm going to take a short bathroom break, and then we are going to go ahead and roll right into the storm report. I should have done that a few minutes ago, but here we are, and we have to work with what we've got, don't we? So let me see here. Where's the picture? Miniatures. Statues? Some of your statues. I have so many pictures. Yeah, okay. There. Here's a good example of an object that I built in Fusion and then exported. I built it in Fusion. I exported it as OBJs over into ZBrush, and then I textured and modified it. This is not difficult to do at all. I added in the leaves, I added the concrete texture, I added in like the cracks and everything like that. And this was the mini that we painted for our Halloween paint-along with Steel Rebel. Hey, Pun Expected, good to see you, man. How you doing? Damn it, Dweghom, you figured me out. Oh, wait, Amish Stig figured me out. Damn it. Pun Expected, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. But I'm just saying, like, you can start in Fusion and then export and work in ZBrush and get some pretty good products, I feel like, with good texturing. This came out nice. I'm very, very happy with this. And this is here because, if you look down here, oh, what's this? What's going on? You can fit a tea light. And did I get a video of that? I think I did. Yeah. You see that? A little flickery light. Isn't that neat? This came out pretty good. Alright. Alright, folk. No, I'm going to make a Souls-like. A Thunderhead Souls-like. Thunder Souls. It's going to be great. That's actually... Oh, shit. That's not a bad name for a game. I should get on that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. Wait. This is awesome. I forgot that I did this. I ported that over into ZBrush. I did all my texture work on it. I converted it back into OBJs for export, because OBJs actually import into Fusion pretty well. And I did this. I forgot I did this. For my final visualization, complete with texture. And I even put a little luminescent bit inside the jack-o'-lantern to show it off. That's pretty neat. I literally forgot that I had done this. Alright. I'm done. For God's sake. Alright. I am gonna go take a short break, folks. Quick bio break, grab something to drink. I'll be right back. We'll roll into the Storm Report. I'll see you in just a second. And I'm back. Alright, let's go ahead and get things started. Why don't we? Let me make sure I've got this up. Oh my god, why are there so many clips? That's not a good sign. That's never a good sign.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Let's see what we've got shared for our Storm Report tonight. Up first. Well, I appreciate it, Cookie Mama. We have from Mafeeks. You're telling me you secretly made this for my birthday? Arden asked as he looked around the Sturmkraken. Oh, what a name. Yeah, we thought it would be useless because you never piloted a mobile suit before, the engineer replied, sweating all over his face, waiting for the answer. Yeah, we built you a mobile suit because you don't know what you're doing with it. That's a great reason. Actually, I know how to pilot a mobile suit since I've often been going to multiple universes that have mechs and stuff, especially doing mercenary jobs. Arden replied as the engineer the engineer with his poker face. Oh. What? You know, at this point, I think I've given up. It's such a whimsical land that Mafeek's creations exist within. You've never piloted a mech, so we made you one. Joke's on you. I've been to a parallel reality, and I pilot mechs all the time. Oh, well, there's egg on my face. Okay. The BVX 969. Nice. Sturmkraken. Based on the Sazabi that was found in the database from a fallen Neo Zeon's destroyed warship during Shara's rebellion. This really is like the conjunction of the spheres of dorky-ass sci-fi. Due to the fast-forward development, and because they forgot that Arden's 4,361st birthday is 2 weeks left and behind schedule, so the engineers decided to put a large fabric with the anti-beam coating spray on it. Oh, anti-beam cloak. It's a brilliant idea. The original design... The original design for the Sturmkraken was installed... no, we've got many pieces of the story by now, Mafeek. We do. Installed with an abdominal beam particle cannon that Sazabi has, but because they're behind schedule, they slapped the Zaku 3's cockpit on instead. Seems sound to me. Weapons for it are the BMG-47 or Fat Gun. Oh my god, am I gonna choke? I got these little candy-coated fennel seeds, and I think I might have just lodged one in my throat. Hang on. Oh, that was unpleasant. Excuse me. Or Fat Gun, which is a downscaled version of the Ogre's Gat Gun. I like what you did there. That's fun wordplay. With two different modes, Rapid Fire and Scatter Fire. A shotgun mode that fires 20 beam shots at the same time. That seems efficient. Lore Time, Attack of the Slime Army. It was an old canon joke I made for April Fools. Oh, the slimes are adorable, though. Arden was feeding a herd of slimes, including mech-sized slimes. How horrifying. Somewhere in the Blue Night Forest, there's a Blood Moon cult insurgents raiding a nearby village. Those bastards. Luckily, Arden was there and had an idea. Since the slimes are durable to bullets, shells, and rockets, Arden pulls out his flute and starts playing Ride of the Valkyries, as rendered on flute. That's impressive. Thus, the attack of the slime army began. It ran down multiple raiders' vehicles and mechs, and the village was saved. They just got all hot and bothered by that sweet-ass flute tune, right? Look at this. He's a big, nasty sumbitch, isn't he? I like all the combination of the visual elements from different designs. And what a gun. Arden's mobile suit. How apropos. Has a symbol on it and everything. I'm not... Oh my god, to square. What are you doing? I like the kind of ragged cloak hanging there and the big three-fingered hands. You get a good eye. Mafeek, I think you might be a little insane. A little bit, but that's beside the point. I think you have just a fantastic eye for really big, pleasing shapes in design, which is honestly something that is rarer than it should be, and something that you should value quite a lot. There are a lot of people out there who can take a flat surface and cover it in meaningless greeblies that don't really result in... they result in something that looks good up close, but not really at a distance, doesn't really have that much of a pleasing profile. But your use... I gotta stop eating these, they keep getting lodged in my throat. Excuse me. Your use of big, broad shapes results in some very, very interesting silhouettes. Noting, of course, that you're in many cases reusing pieces of others and combining them, but this is sort of the core of art, is it not? Lovely. Lovely work, Mafik. That's... I'm not even going to say it out loud. It's just going to be in chat. Here we have... Oh, I did it again. Why am I doing this? I sit here and I snack on these because they're very pleasant, but I don't usually do it while I'm talking, and I know why now. Okay. Excuse me, chat. Oh my god, it is a good pain. The Cookie Mama. So since I probably won't do another watercolor before tomorrow and I still don't have a computer, should be here Saturday, here is in crayon tiger trees. This is part of what I do with my life. Man, I haven't touched a crayon. I haven't touched a crayon in years. There's something sort of pleasing in a primal sense, I would think, of going back to those early days, those salad days, those wonderful times of our childhood when we just dicked around with crayons all the time, just rubbing wax on paper and making God knows what. Oh, this is nice. This is pleasant. This brings back fun memories. I'll be interested to see once you get some digital art capacity under you there, Cookie Mama. Here we have from Kursala, Tiny Hands, who is 6.5 years old, asked me if she could make her own 3D model today, that being Wednesday. I figured we'd go ahead and do it since I wasn't working on anything important. A point of note, she did about 85 to 90% of the work and decisions here, although I did have to tell her where stuff was. I mean, you know, you gotta learn to use the tools. I made the plate that it's sitting on and the cylinder that holds it together, as she describes. The cylinder that holds it together, the toothpick. What is the common theme here? With like everything that Tiny Hands does, it's always food related. She wants to paint a tank, it becomes food related. She wants to paint a mech, somehow it becomes food related. You're like, here, make anything you want. She makes a sandwich. It's... Yeah, I think Tiny Hands might be hungry, you guys. You might want to check on this. Or is a future chef. Is a child after my own heart, because, man, I want a sandwich. Look at this, looks delicious, too. And this is smart. We got lettuce on the bottom, you know, so everything else can weigh it down. We got some slices of lunch meat. I'm gonna say turkey. I'm gonna say turkey based on the color. We have some square slices of... I'm not sure what this would be. I can only see the edges. I'm trying to think of something that's kind of brown and square, like pimento loaf? No, Ren, absolutely not. Well, no, we got cheddar on top. We got some cheddar slices up here. Bacon, thank you, Data. That's way better than pimento loaf. Pimento loaf's fucking disgusting. we got bacon slices. Wildside and Data Nerd agree. So we got some turkey, we got some bacon, you know, we got some cheese, we got some tomato, we got some, I'm gonna say pickles. I mean, it's cucumber either way, but it's pickled cucumber. What we have here are the fundamental ingredients of a solid club sandwich. And I don't know about you, but I enjoy a club. I do. Anytime I go to a restaurant, I'm always a little tempted to order the club sandwich. I generally don't, because I feel like ordering a cold sandwich out is pointless. I'd rather have a hot meal most of the time, you know. But I do enjoy a good club sandwich, complete with the cylinder that holds it all together. She even named all the objects. Mixed bread, though, rookie mistake. Yeah, it does look like we got, like, maybe, like pumpernickel and rye? That's a little weird. I don't know if I'm okay with that. Kersala Data Nerd, we're gonna have to have a conversation with... It's not... You're insisting this is just shadows. I have a hard time believing that. I'm getting a definite mixed bread vibe here, and I'm... yeah. Pumpernickel and lunch meat. This is where the pimento loaf comes in. This is fucking adorable. If toasted properly with garlic butter, those two breads would complement one another nicely. Pumpernickel and rye? I mean, okay, like you could make it work, but I'm talking like just raw slices of bread. You know, that's like saying, well, you know, technically, if you take anything and you soak it in enough butter and roast it in garlic, it's going to be delicious. Like, yeah, of course it is. That's not fair. It's a direct copy. It's the same color. Okay, so it's just the render that threw it off. I'm going to assume that they're both rye then, for the sake of completion. That's fucking hilarious. I do love that she always defaults to like some form of food, and it always seems to involve cheese. Tiny Hands is growing into like a tiny Charlie Kelly, and that's just the best thing. I think Tiny Hands needs to play as kaiju. That way everything seems like food. Aww, teeny little city destroying kaiju. Here we have from Lore Friendly. You think they're dark wheat? Oh, that doesn't please me as much. I want rye. Here we're from Lore Friendly. Just need to add the basing. That's 18 of 88 done. Oh, that's a lot of 8s. Finished warrior on the left to show the planned base, which is just brown and flock. You don't need to make it complicated. You're painting a lot of models. A lot of models with a bold color scheme. Too lazy to change the photo out, but paint is done. Just need to varnish and flock. Also realized 2 of the models in this batch aren't on my planned list, so I guess technically 16 of 88 barring change of plans. I hate it when I do that. Yeah, just a brown base with some flock. You don't need to make it any more complicated than that. And I there is this tendency, particularly lately, and I see a lot of people doing it. I think that it's there are so many like pro painters out there now. People who spend most of their time painting individual models for display rather than painting armies. They used to be in the extreme minority, but I think because of social media, that has become much more the norm. Everybody's getting their stuff out there, and I'm not passing judgment on this, positive or negative. I'm just sort of observing it. The more and more display painters are becoming the face of the hobby, and when you make display models rather than army models, there's this tendency to overdo certain things, and one of those things is the basing. People go nuts with basing these days, and who am I thinking of? I'm not thinking of Bushido, I'm thinking of Arclight. I'm thinking of Arclight Miniatures. Arclight is not in chat right now. I would be shocked if Arclight was here, but I'm looking at you, Arclight. With your overcomplicated bases, with all the crazy shit on them, with like dead trees and huge towering, and I admit, I do crystals on my bases, but I keep them small. And he's doing like these huge crystals that are like casting light on half of the model. And again, I'm not passing judgment on it, Gear Falcon. I'm noting that it didn't used to be as common as it is now. It's kind of just like in vogue right now. Okay, I'm picking on Arclight. He's an amazing painter. But in reality, there are people who do way more than he does. I'm starting to see these really scenic bases on just more and more models. Models who are standing on like half-broken staircases, and there's broken rocks and lava and shit. And I admit I have a love of the simple base. I do. I maintain that in an army, particularly when you've got a lot of models, and it's not just a question of the difficulty associated with doing it, but particularly when you've got a lot of models that all need to kind of go together, complicated basing starts to almost detract from the look. like, it works on display models because there's nothing around them. You put them in a black void or against a simple backdrop and you take a picture, and it's providing the context for where these models are. But when you're playing on the tabletop, the context is provided by the terrain and by the tabletop itself. And when it's too much, it starts to kind of detract from the look. And this is entirely preferential, so don't take this as me saying, like, people are dumb for doing complicated bases. I'm just saying this is entirely opinion. And as an opinion, I reserve the right to change it at any moment. I view bases as kind of like a picture frame, you know? Like, the picture is the model. The picture is the paint job on the model. And the picture frame should not draw your attention away from that. It should accentuate it. It should bring in a few extra colors. It should balance some of the colors from the focal points in your figure. And it should help you to see the model itself better. And a lot of these more complicated bases, I have to admit, as cool as they are, they draw my attention away. A vignette. Yeah, very much like a vignette. Thank you, Vergataron. It just serves to kind of focus your attention on the parts that you should be seeing. And I just feel like the complicated bases, again, draw your attention away. And, I don't know. This is a really long-winded way for me to say that I like these. I like this. This is a simple, effective base that does nothing to draw attention away. It introduces a couple of colors that you don't have in the primary model, so it helps to contrast against both the white and the red. This is simple. There's nothing wrong with this. This is a great base for building an army, particularly one that has such a striking color scheme that you really want the red parts to be the focus of most of what you're looking at, you know? Oh, okay, good point. Good point, Project Dark Fox. I like these. Lore friendly. These are great. I know you've already gone to bed, but if you come back and watch this, I fucking love your Necrons, dude. I love watching them come together. Keep up the good work. Here we are from Bridget Wolf. Time to make Thunderhead hate me again. Why do you do this towards the beginning? Save them for the end. Damn it. If you've got food for the Storm Report, post it right before we start, for the love of God. Tonight we have a mushroom provolone burger. Oh, made with sauteed mushrooms, gooey melted provolone cheese, and lightly toasted garlic parmesan bread as the bun. On the side are some hot, fresh poutines made with homemade French fries. Oh, lordy lord. I'm making myself uncomfortable. I'm gonna stop doing that voice now. Oh god, this... Oh, this goes way beyond making me hungry. This is making me angry. This is like, this pisses me off a little bit. That I don't get to eat this. Let's move on. I agree with you, Vergataron. I agree with you on that. I've tried transparent bases I don't know how many times. They seem like such a good idea. They very rarely are. They look weird. I think that some environmental effect on the base is a good idea. I just feel like maybe stopping at a certain point. And for what it's worth, I agree with Ren. Leader units, where you want to draw attention to that specific model amidst a bunch of other models. That's a good excuse to do a lot of scenic, cool basing. When you do it on every figure, it gets... it's like... is the whole battlefield composed of ruins? Like, that's a little weird, isn't it? But again, that's just opinion. The only place I've ever done clear bases where I liked the result was for Fantasy Flight Games' Imperial Assault and Descent. And that's just because the boards for those games were these really nice painted, printed cardboard tiles. And the bases covered up a lot of the artwork. So if you do clear bases on those, you get to see more of the artwork and you get to see your model more in the context, in the specific environment they're supposed to be in. I thought those worked pretty well. But I didn't use acrylic for that. I used these really, really thin epoxy pieces that were intended to make bottle cap pendants. They were sticky pieces of epoxy you put inside a bottle cap to glue a picture inside of it. And they actually worked really, really well. Oh, let's move on, for the love of God. Here we have from Gear Falcon. This is my 1887 Martini Henry? Martin Henry? Is that right? I don't know the rifle, but my brain is saying that it's not Martini, but it very well could be. I don't feel like it's right, but I don't know enough about the rifle to dispute it. Someone help me out. I restored it and has been in storage for over 100 years. It is Martini? Okay, fine. Let's. I accept that. It's a 100-year-old rifle. Old Martini Henry. He loved his drinks. Oh, this was the first British rifle that was designed for a metallic cartridge, and I mean, no wonder I'm not familiar with it. Holy shit. Designed for a metallic cartridge, with a metallic cartridge in mind. It is a single-shot, very large cartridge black powder rifle. I also make my own ammo for it, since it hasn't been in production since the 1940s. I make my bullets from molds and brass I shape from 24 gauge brass. The brass you shape from 24 gauge. Holy shit. Look at those fucking things. This is really cool. I am wholly unfamiliar with this rifle, which being 100 years old, that makes sense. But damn, look at these big honking motherfuckers. Gear Falcon, this is genuinely really cool. Like, you generally have some pretty cool stuff to share. This is really neat. You have a lot of hobbies, Gear Falcon. You have a lot of hobbies, and you seem to be very good at the majority of them, and I always enjoy seeing what you're working on, what you're restoring, what you're crafting at any given time. Very cool. 100-year-old restored rifle, and you're shelling your own big nasty black powder cartridges? How do you load it? Is it like you load a single cartridge, you fire it, does it have a mechanism to eject the brass, or is it like, I would assume it's like a manual ejection, and then you load another and then you... Oh, Mannix, you're right! Yes, okay. I didn't draw that connection. Yeah, in Zulu. Alright. Well, that's pretty interesting. I don't think I've seen Zulu in years. Yeah, this guy right here. That's the action. Okay, so you open it up with that lever, it ejects the brass, you load in another cartridge, you close it, you fire, you open again, it ejects. That's pretty cool. Oh my god, I'm probably gonna... Do you have like any videos of someone firing this? I'm sure they exist. I feel like YouTube probably has at least 20 videos of someone firing one of these rifles. Maybe that's overestimating. If you have a video of it, post it somewhere on the Discord. I want to see it. Is that a big arch table light behind you? Oh, that's my, that's when you see me painting on stream, that's where I'm sitting. I have a big arch light over my whole painting area. It's 3D printed, Brett Watson. I made that on my Ender 3. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Oh, son of a bitch. Chocolate banana bread. You know what, this doesn't do me in quite as ferociously as the mushroom provolone burger. Where do I get that? Brett Watson, if you remind me on Discord, if you ping me, I will hook you up with the files. Why do I have to read it? I know what it is. Like banana bread, but with cocoa powder and chocolate chips is good. We eat very well. I mean, yes, you do, and you torment me. You torment me with the food right before I am able to... I don't know what's for dinner, Data Nerd. I don't know. I mean, theoretically, there's something. I don't know what it is. Because I've been in here the whole time. And I didn't think to look when I got up and went to the bathroom. So, yeah. Oh, the first line. No, Oh, and angrier. I'm glad you amended that. To include what was actually going to happen. God damn son of a... Yes. On his own stream, no less. That's it. Starting the storm report on time. You know what? No more storm reports. That's it. We've been doing them for over 2 years. This ends now. Or at least in a few minutes when we get to the end of this one. Here we have from Pixel Gent. I had to get it. Oh my god. That's a very small brush. Wait, what? What brand is this? Who released this? You know, a few is a very non-specific phrase. Yeah, this is too small. I don't want a brush this small. This is insane. I might buy one of these just to own it and then never use it for anything. You know, actually, this brush would be good for oil painting. This brush would be good for oil painting because when you're painting in oils, you don't have the problem of your paint drying on your bristles like you do in acrylics. If you put acrylic paint on this, I feel like you'd have moments. You would have moments to use it before it started drying. If it isn't for oil, it's not as good as a size 2. Vergaderung loves his size 2. It's true. That's fucking tiny Pixel Gent. You're out of your mind. Here we have from DFW Dwegham. I tried the thing. I tried to think of the most harmless thing. Something from our childhood. Something that could never, ever destroy us. Somehow I know what's coming. Tried to play around with speed paints using pallid bone, zealot yellow, hardened leather, and a tiny bit of blood red, and I accidentally made Ronald McMurderbrute. Come to beat you to pulp for his burgers. Should I add some sesame seeds to complete the look? Okay, it's not exactly what I expected. I was thinking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, which is definitely the reference. But oh my god. This actually came out really nice. Now, okay. I think that the Conquest Spire's forces are ideally suited for the AP speed paints. This is exactly the sort of texture that is just fucking perfect for the way speed paints work, and I'm so glad to see somebody using them for that, because I was just thinking, like, I should do some Spires and try the speed paints on them, but I'm not going to do that until I get some more of my Dead Zone teams done, because I have my Enforcers ready to paint now, and I'm just going to be slapping them with red and a few other colors, but this looks fucking great. This came out nice. Don't do sesame seeds, you maniac. I wouldn't, now, okay, I know I say that when you do yellow and red, you almost always invoke the McDonald's look. You didn't do that here. This does not scream corporate McDonald's to me like many red and yellow paint jobs do, so don't sell yourself short here. I think this is actually a pretty cool color scheme. I think you could probably do a little bit more with the yellow. The yellow actually looks nice. This is the speed paint Zealot Yellow? This came out more yellow than I thought it would. Dwegham, what prime job did you do? Did you do zenithal? Did you do just pure white? Did you do any pre-shading, is my question. Spire Burger probably has more meat than McDonald's. Yeah, but it's like sentient, and nobody wants that. It's like slug meat. Ugh. Wow. Pure white. Okay, so... because I haven't had great... like, using the yellow as a base for the orange over a zenithal yielded those Forge Fathers I did, and I think they came out pretty good considering I painted them for 15 minutes each. But... I hadn't had great luck with the Zealot Yellow over a Zenithal Prime job. I have had great luck with banning the shit out of a bot. Did I? Why can't I do it? Why don't I have access to mod abilities in this chat window? Somebody get him the fuck out of here. Oh, there it is. There we go. Boop. Away he goes. I need to try the Zealot Yellow over white. If you got this good of a result out of it, that increases my interest in trying it over pure white. We need to test the speed paints in more circumstances, because they're actually really quite good. And I think that there is immense potential in these paints that we have not realized yet. I think that combined with other methods, I might become the laziest goddamn painter in the universe for a while. Is that like some Thanos style perfect balance that I spent the last 6 months like, I'm gonna use oil paints and do non-metallic metal and OSL, and really tried to push myself to do some complex and really good individual paint jobs. I did that Sanguini. I did some really cool non-metallic metals on Conquest figures. I've done the Vaders with the OSL. Like, these are paint jobs I'm really proud of. Some of the best I've ever done. And I feel like taking a step back and just like doing just dead-ass simple army paint jobs for a while is kind of the palette cleanser I need, you know? How does speed paint compare to the similar GW stuff? It's better. Peanut, it's better. It is more saturated. It is more vibrant. It lays better over flat surfaces. It is not as prone to tide marks. I like it better than speed paint. Or, I'm sorry, I like speed paints better than contrast paints in almost every possible way. I recommend them. I have only used the starter set, but I've gotten great results out of it, and it combines speed paints and oil to have the fastest and slowest paint jobs. There you go. Do the first part of the paint job in 10 minutes and the second part in 48 hours. That's perfect. It's really great thinking to Square. Thank you. Initial intention was to do the yellow then orange thing you did with the Forge Fathers. The orange might be a bit much, Dwegham. Orange is a harsh color to use for fantasy models, I feel like. These came out really good. Keep up the good work, dude. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop. Did up some more neon cosmic theme with some 3D printed beasts of Nurgle and did up some Nurglings. Oh, what's up, Riot Sister? Welcome in. You gotta come into the Storm Report. I don't have a button. I don't have a button for your thing right now. I'm so sorry. Welcome in, Riot Sister. This is so fucking great. Then I completed the red, then it was, that looks nice. Oh, son of a bitch, I made Ronald. Yeah, there are certain color combinations you just have to be careful of, Dwegham. Yellow and red, like purple and teal can be tricky because I feel like they wind up looking like Taco Bell. And this is, the consequence of corporate marketing departments coming up with iconic paint schemes effectively. Red and green can make things look like Christmas. Like, you gotta look out. You gotta look out. Red and yellow in a different combination can look like Iron Man. Like, it's a careful balance. I suppose it is. I suppose it is, Riot Sister. I'll allow it. This is... Robin. I know you do. I know you love you some bright pink. And damn, do you use it well. These are so fucking hot. Nice, big, chunky, but effective highlights. This is just... Rockin' Robin's paint jobs are just, to me, for my money, like a masterclass in the effective use of color. You don't... And I know I've said this before, and I'm always careful when I say things like this, and I know that you take it the right way, Robin, but between you and Paint My Little World, I'm like... You really think you need to master blends to do good paint jobs? Do you really think you need to master precise, freehand, and hyper-technical paint jobs to do excellent models? Look at what Robin does. And I'm not saying that Robin is not a great technical painter. But, I mean, he is when he puts his mind to it. But he hammers out these paint jobs that are so visually interesting using relatively simple techniques. It is inspirational as hell. Rockin' Robin, you are a great painter, man. And I love seeing your stuff. Oh my god, what are these horrible little things? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This makes me uncomfortable. The other ones were fine. These aren't fine. No, this is no good. Nope. Get these, no. Put these in the trash. I'm deeply uncomfortable with what's going on here. I confess I like these better than the new Nurglings. Like, conceptually, I like them better than the new Nurglings. I'm just, you know what this is doing to me right now? I'm getting flashbacks of From Beyond. You guys know that movie? It's Stuart Gordon? Like, Jeffrey Combs? This is bringing back bad memories. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Oh, we have something else here from... Rockin' Robin, have you seriously not seen From Beyond? Oh my god, do we need to do... Oh, I don't know if I can do From Beyond for a movie night. It's weird. It's upsetting and gross and kind of sexual. It's a fucking great movie. It's really disturbing. It has some awesome fucking like body horror and cool special effects. I guess it's not as bad as Reanimator. Have you guys seen Reanimator? It's a very, very similar movie to Reanimator. And I was thinking about it, I'm like, okay, Reanimator has a scene where a severed head goes down on a chick, so it never gets quite that bad. There is a scene where Jeffrey Combs grows a weird little stalk out of his forehead, and then starts sucking people's brains out through their eye sockets. We should watch it. It's a very different sort of weird and upsetting. If you've seen Reanimator, you can take From Beyond. I think it's a better movie, but it's very similar. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, what is this? Oh god. You don't remember those? How can you have seen Reanimator and not remember the scene where I'm not gonna say now what happens in it because someone just raided us? And I feel like if someone raids into this channel and I say what I just said, that's like, you know that Simpsons gif? Where Grandpa Simpson walks into the brothel and he sees Bart. He like walks in and he puts his hat down and he sees Bart and he takes his hat and he puts it on and walks right back. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, it has very similar special effects to that. Crocodile, dude. Thank you for the raid, man. Welcome in. How was your stream? Crocodile. I always look forward to getting a chance to raid Crocodile. I don't think we've ever been raided by Crocodile before, though. How the turntables, as they say. How was your stream, man? What were you working on? It's good to see you. We're on the last leg of my stream, though we have a little bit more to go here, doing some art review from the community. You were like 12 and saw it on the Late Night Sci-Fi channel. You probably saw the edited version. Dwegham, you probably saw the edited version of Reanimator, because that movie is sick. It gets gross. It's one of my favorites. Reanimator and From Beyond are both great movies. But yeah, they're very gross movies. On top of that, some of the best Jeffrey Combs you're ever going to get to see. Let's keep going with what we're looking at. But yeah, these remind me of From Beyond. Here we have from Mafik. When a noble suggests you raise taxes within the city and disband the Slime Shepherd system. No. No. The slimes are one of my favorite things. Look at his little face. Isn't he adorable? I'm glad to hear that, Crocodile. I'm glad to see you on streaming more, for that matter. I feel like I'm seeing you on much more often lately. So I guess I'm just glad that you've got more free time, dude. That's fucking awesome. You're a great painter. Here we have from Ren Momo, Anvil Industries generic sci-fi dudes with APC. Did these guys to practice camo. Don't really have any plans for them in games, but they were a good break from guardsmen. Speaking of, prepare for camo cloaks soon. Now this looks pretty solid. I always have a hard time commenting on camouflage paint schemes. Just because I don't almost ever do them. I hope that it's a good reason, Crocodile. I haven't inquired in the stream. I'm just gonna hope that it's a good reason. And not like my life collapsed around me and now I have a bunch of free time. I'm gonna hope it's not that. I'm gonna send you good wishes. Oh shit, okay. Fuck. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's awful. So Silver Lining, more time to paint? Okay. As long as you're okay with it, I'm not gonna be upset on your behalf if you're not. How about that? Does that sound like a deal? Crocodile, by the way, guys, if you're not following Crocodile, again, he hasn't recently had that much time to stream, but apparently is getting a little bit more now. Crocodile's a fucking great dude. He's one of my favorite streams to hang out in. Just a really friendly guy, always willing to talk about what he's doing. Really talented painter. You're Australian based if I'm not mistaken. So factor that in for time zone considerations. But go give that man a follow, because if you have the chance to stop into a Crocodile stream, like, you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna have a good time. Work was stressing me the hell out, dude. You were working a lot. I mean, relative through my tiny little window into your life, from what I can perceive, it seemed like you were working a whole fucking lot, man. So if this is a positive, then I'm glad for you. Oh, there you go. I don't know what labor laws are like down there, but broadly speaking, up here, that usually means that you can at least pull in disability insurance. They're not disability insurance, God, what am I saying? Unemployment insurance. So if that's the case, then fuck yeah, man. Good job. God, that sucks. That's terrible. Dude, we're glad to have you, though. Your loss, their loss, whatever it is, it's our gain. It's wonderful to have you here, and thank you so much for the raid, dude. Thank you for bringing your people in. I was saying I do have a hard time judging camo paint schemes most of the time because I don't do them. I like this one, though. The combination of the white gray and this sort of earthy orange is really, really stark, and it actually works well on these guys to help see the individual details. I find that it usually kind of, it breaks up the profile and it muddies the details, which is what it's meant to do as camouflage. But this is working for me. A little bit of blue as a focal point on the visors, and then the kind of red to balance everything out on bottom. I will say, Ren, I kind of want to see the red in one other place for the sake of composition, but not really necessary. Not really necessary. It's just my brain is like, I wish there was just a little splash of red just somewhere. Just somewhere on the model to balance everything. Maybe on the gun. See how you've done the blue for the lenses on the rifles? That tiny little spot, if you did that in red, I feel like that would balance out with the base really nicely. Oh, I see. I see. Well, dude, I assume you're going to be going after something else, so, good luck with the hunt, finding something that works for you, man. Overall, pretty amicable. Yeah, a mutual understanding is always ideal. Yeah, Ran, I'm telling you, you should. You should. This is a nice looking, IFV, it seems to be what it is. Maybe a little bit more transport capacity. Is this a Republic Commando I'm seeing over here? It certainly looks like one. Yeah. Totally not Scorch to the left. Ah, Republic Commando. Such a classic. And this is interesting over here. Some very snot-looking paint schemes on some Gaslands. I always love seeing your Gaslands work, Ren. Project Dark Fox, you have a fantastic night, dude. You didn't really piss me off. Calm down. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, hold on, no. Damn it. Stop trying to dock. I have my damn chat window here and it keeps trying to dock with my OBS, but I like to keep it separate so I can move it around. Okay, here we go. Let's tune Pretzel down here a wee little bit. Oh wait, you can't hear this. Oh no. Shit. I disabled the sound. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sheza. There's a little musical accompaniment here, and I fucked up my OBS, so you can't hear it. I apologize, but we're going to enjoy the video anyway. Personally, I think Samwise Gamgee to the musical accompaniment of some synthy techno. That's just right. That just makes sense. Well, White Wolf, it's because I was doing some game streaming, and my audio is so messed up. It should be so much easier to route than it is, but I'm bad at what I do. So. Oh, it's a lovely song, too. You're just gonna have to trust me. I really love the rosy tones that you got on his cheeks, Sheza. This is a lovely paint job. Smooth, earthy, expressive. I really, really like the skin tones that you're working with here. Those came out wonderfully. Just wonderfully, Sheza. Ren, you have a great night. Share the load. I need to set that one up with a button. Share the load. The load. The load. Oh my god. I can't believe you guys actually watched those movies with me. That was one of my favorite things. I love the extended editions, and getting to share it with people is just magical. Just magical. I know, White Wolf. You know, Crocodile, the Conquest minis are pretty nice. They get better every time, so if you're going to paint any of them, I advise it to be whatever the latest release is, because it's always the best figure. Here we have from Kaylee, progress was made. Took the feedback from the last stream to try and get the sepia gradient into the shields. Also decided to frame the shields in steel rather than leaving them yellow. I think that's a good move. That contrast is going to help. Added a few details like brass cross guards and the like once I was satisfied with how they looked. Got these lads based into a proper regiment, took some glamour shots. Even though these are done, any additional feedback you have would be appreciated. I still have many more lads to paint. Rimming the shields in silver was a good move. I hadn't even thought to suggest that, but that is definitely a good move. It helps the yellow of the lions rampant stand out much more clearly. I think adding in the little bits of brass, again, it's just adding variety overall. I think every change you made is pretty damn fantastic. At this scale, I don't have many more suggestions to give. The only thing I can think of, offhand, increase contrast on the faces. And I mean, like, drop most of the faces into deep shadow. And I wouldn't say go back and do this on these models, because you obviously have more to paint. I would say do it moving forward. But just leave most of the faces in deep shadow and just pick out things like, you know, cheeks, jawline, lip, nose, upper lip, like the real focal points of the shape of the face, because they're so small that you need to really accentuate the important shapes that make a face visible way more than they would be at full scale or at 28mm or anything like that, just so that at table distance you can see that they're faces. As it is, their skin tone is a little flat with some soft shading, and I'm just gonna say take the shading you've got and just push it. Make it significantly more contrasting, and I think you'll like the result. Now, that's not necessary. I think these look fucking great, but you know, if I've got to give a suggestion, that's the one I'm gonna give. Look at them with their little bases. They're adorable. Angry men with giant axes. You're a little out of your mind, Kaylee. I have never been able to get into painting this many tiny infantry. You've done a wonderful job on it, though. That's awesome, Crocodile. Dude, I am looking forward to what you make. I always enjoy your work. Tiny murdery slicey dudes. Absolutely, Kaylee. Oh, that's the credit where due. Here we have from Vergaderung, finished up the first plastic spider with the custom jump jet trails I sculpted up. I'm happy with the sense of motion and speed I was able to convey. This is... yeah. This shit's crazy. What you have done here, Vergaderung, is out of fucking control. This is some anime pose shit. And I am so here for it. You have managed to do something nearly impossible. You took a spider and made it look dramatic and badass. And I say this as someone who likes the spider. I think the spider is a pretty cool mech, and I think this latest design of the spider makes it look pretty damn good. And even so, it usually winds up looking kind of, I don't know, anemic? This adds so much more bulk to the mini overall. It just makes the whole thing more impressive. Did he say that? He called the spider crap? Really? The spider's iconic. That's ridiculous. I'm not saying it's the best mech out there, but it's like, the spider to me, it has so many of those design features that just scream like peak of the Star League, you know? It has the, wait, seriously? Vergaderung, are you fucking with me? What a fuckface. I'm sorry. I haven't said anything negative about that dude in a long time because he mostly shut his big stupid fucking mouth about all the stupid fucking shit that he doesn't need to say. But really? Dude, fuck you, Scrog. You fucking dickhead. You down-punching, cock-sucking motherfucker. What a fucking loser. I'm sorry. Just, oh my god. That's so fucking lame. Okay. Alright. You know, all of the goodwill that was gained by you shutting your stupid fucking mouth for a while, gone like that. Maybe don't talk to anybody if you're just naturally a fucking dickhead. You know? There's a thought. I'm sorry, I won't drag this out. There's probably a lot of people in chat who don't give a shit about what I'm saying. Oh man. No, White Wolf, honestly, I'm with you. I think that Dee Reynolds makes that point in, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. They try to stop making her use the word cocksucker. And she's like, Max says, I think that it's offensive to imply that sucking cock is negative. And she's like, I agree. Half the population loves to suck cock. Half the population loves to get their cock sucked. It's kind of a win-win. This conversation took a turn. I'm sorry, I'm angry. I'm genuinely angry right now. I was kidding about being angrier earlier. And now I'm actually... Some people in this world just need a nice, swift, open palm, full arm slap to their stupid fucking face. Forgot it wrong. This looks fucking awesome, dude. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You know, my mistake was in hoping for more than that from someone who is so much less. You know what I mean? The mistake that I made was hoping for someone who is fundamentally weak and feeble and not very likable and lacks all forms of charisma and dignity to say or do anything other than the very meager effort he's capable of ultimately putting forth. So, I guess what I'm saying is, Scrog, I apologize for expecting too much from you. Clearly, it's beyond your capacity to just be a decent human being. So, we won't ever expect it from you again. Here we have from Squared. Got the last bottle of AP Speed Paint from the friendly local game shop. I put a layer of Sand Golem over some gray primer and then did a heavy dry brush of Rainy River Designs Witching Rock. That works really well, doesn't it? I like that. Really like the effect so far. That little bit of, if you combine the AP Speed Paint with just a little bit of dry brushing, it goes a long way. Oh, douchebag said douchebag things, Mike, and it just irritates me when people do that. It's someone who should know better, someone who represents the face of a company, who has regularly chosen to punch down at amateur artists, and that shit just pisses me off, dude. That shit just irritates the hell out of me. We, as artists, should be elevating one another, and even if you don't like something that somebody did, like, it wasn't here, Mike. The phrase constructive criticism is clearly foreign to him. But yeah, the AP Speed Paints, I did that on the bases and the crystals of those Forge Fathers that I did recently. You do the AP Speed Paint, and then you come in with just a light dusting of dry brush, and it picks out those high points, and it gives the overall paint job just a lot more depth. This looks fantastic. This came out really well, and I'll bet, like, the overall paint job was, what, like, 5 minutes? If that? This kind of quality for that little time? Man, that's difficult to argue with, isn't it? Oh man, here we have from DFW Dwegom, seeing what I can do. Oh, by the way, I should mention, this was done with Rainy River Designs Witching Rock, and if you're ever curious about getting some Rainy River Designs acrylics for yourself, and they're quite nice, go ahead and hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to that store. Definitely check out what Kursala and Data Nerd are brewing up. Seeing what I can do with mixing speed paint skin tone with other colors. This is about 3-to-1 skin to yellow with AP soft skin wash on top. Green metal is AP tainted gold and glitter green. Metallics 2-to-1. Their metallics are nice. And plate mail metal dry brush. Flames are yellow speed paint with the top 2/3 getting a second coat. Beard, which I particularly like, is evenly orange/brown speed paint. I think it does a really naturally good looking ginger color. Probably going to dry brush some black gray higher on the flames for a smoke effect. Yeah, I think towards the tips of the flames. That's what's really going to sell it. Because you always want your bright point to be the point that it's ignited from, you know? Yes, there was, in fact, a bowl drop that did happen. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. Hang on. I'm sorry. That just... It takes some very particular things to actually make me mad. I'm an easygoing guy. I really am. I do my best to not take things personally. And I would so much rather people insult me than insult friends of mine. And this isn't even just like a personal thing. This is like insulting someone's art. Insulting someone's work that they've done for themselves. I shouldn't linger on it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for lingering on it, but it just... Boy, oh boy. Vergaderung's clearly handling it fine. I just, some people I just want to just give a little, you know, you ever... No, I'm not gonna say that. That's rude. That's lowering myself to the level of other people. And I'm not gonna do it. You know what we're gonna do instead of that? Is focus on what Dweghom has done here. Because it's actually pretty interesting, and we tried a little bit of this when we were experimenting with our speed paints before. You can mix them. They mix actually really well, which kind of expands quite a lot of the options that you have. You can not only mix them, you can layer them. And I want to try out more combinations and more options of using speed paints like this, because this actually came out pretty damn good. I would go, I'd probably shade... See, this is an instance, Dweghom, where I feel like a zenithal highlight would do you some good. Because a zenithal highlight specifically on the skin, the hair, and the musculature would give you the deep shadows, like under the arms, under the muscles, stuff like that, that really help to sort of push that musculature and the look of it. I would, if I may deliver some critique, I would say that the skin tone, like the tone is good, it's a little flat. It actually works really well, like for the pectorals and the belly here. It's a little flat, like under the arms and around where like down here inside the bicep. And if you did a zenithal job, or even if all you did, and I want, maybe try this, because Dweghom, I don't know, do you use an airbrush? I think I've asked before, but I don't remember, and I'm sorry. If you don't have an airbrush, try priming black and then doing a zenithal dry brush. Dry brush white onto them. And try this on a test model, just see how you like it. Because, you know, if you don't like it, then don't do it. But try doing a zenithal dry brush where you just do white and dry brush down. Don't dry brush on the upstroke. Just dry brush down. Try that with the flesh tone and see if you don't like that extra contrast it gives you a little bit better. I'm just saying, try that as an experiment. The pack came out great, the flames are looking good, and I agree with you completely. I think a little bit of gray and black, a little sootiness towards the end of the flames, it's what's really going to sell the look. You always have to remember that you have to have bright to have dark, and you have to have dark to have bright. So if you have just a bunch of bright colors, then nothing's going to look bright. You need a dark color near the bright for it to appear bright. It's all about tricking your brain. So I mean, like a little darkness down here, I would think underneath this little spigot where the flame is coming out, and then, yeah, the soot on the end of the fire. That's what's really going to punch this orange and yellow up. Nice work, and I love seeing the experimentation. Here we have from Paradox, first time using Army Painter speed paints. Overall, I like them. I'm glad so many people are using them. They're really cool. I did exactly what their name suggests and painted quick. This is my fastest paint at 30 minutes from start to finish, minus priming. For sure have some room for improvement, but I'll take it. This is fucking, this is great. This is great. 30 minutes? 30 minutes. When it comes to painting armies, folks, and I'm not going to blow smoke up anybody's ass, is this model going to win any awards? No, probably not. I guess it would depend on the competition. But in most, probably not. This is just so effective. This works, in my opinion, so much better than the contrasts do that we're supposed to do the same thing. Because you still get the lovely saturation, like from the green here, you got a good red up here. I love the warm, cool contrast you got here between the gray and the sort of leather for his pants. Yeah, that is a pulse rifle. That is an orc with a pulse rifle. I'm not asking that question, why there is a colonial marine that is also an orc. I assume there's an answer. But that's not the point. That's not the point of what we're doing here today, or of what we're looking at. It is very distinctly a pulse rifle too. I assume everyone here has seen Aliens, but if you haven't, like, this is the goddamn rifle that they use in every conceivable detail. Orcs are always looking for a fight, always going on that bug hunt. Oh, no. You know what? I don't even care if it's true, Peanut. Don't talk shit about your own work, bro. Gonna use it for Shadowrun. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a good idea. Very, very cool, Paradox. This came out fantastic. For a 30-minute paint job, fucking can't argue with that. And if you felt like coming in with a couple of quick dry brushes, like, you could punch this up a little bit more if you felt like it. You know, a little bit of a gray dry brush on the knee, maybe on the tip of the toe or the instep. I would say avoid a lot of it, but just like a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit on the top here, you know, maybe a little brighter dry brush right here on the edge of the handle. Like, that little touch can just push these paint jobs. Just right. Just right. If you use good contrast, if you're going real deep with your colors, it definitely can, Peanut. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. Look, I knew Pyralis was good before I commissioned her for the final cherry on top image for Operation Lancaster. Her DeviantArt page speaks for itself. She's a remarkably talented artist. Wait, something just occurred to me. Forgottering, what the fuck are you doing on 4chan? Like, that just hit me right in the middle of that sentence. I'm sorry, I'll get back to this. I don't mean to interrupt Sumitha. But Forgottering, what the fuck are you doing on 4chan? Like, come on, man. The rest of the civilized world abandoned 4chan years ago. Don't get me wrong, I was there as a teenager. but not anymore. Dwegham, dude, it has been great to have you. I love seeing your work as always. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, exactly, Voxel Forge. The only answer can be trawling for filth. And I'm disappointed in you, Forgottering, for being there in the first place. Oh my god. It just occurred to me that, like, that's the only platform where he feels comfortable saying things like that, and that's kind of appropriate. It's like he goes to his shit pile to spew shit. Okay. I'm sorry. I knew Pyralis was good before I commissioned her for the final cherry on top image for Operation Lancaster. Her DeviantArt page speaks for itself. She's a remarkably talented artist. I've been fortunate enough to get to know her somewhat, and she's a delightful person as well. Somehow that's a pattern when it comes to just about everyone who's been involved in Operation Lancaster. That's good luck. All that said, Pyralis is absolutely impressed with this most recent work in progress update. There's still plenty left to do, but wow, I'm absolutely thrilled with what she's done so far. She's recently focused on getting much of the background sorted, and even without the various dragons flying around that are planned, it already looks so alive. Damn. Oh yeah. Oh, this is fucking awesome. I love the little details with the cleft of the rock formations, these sort of eroded connections, the waterfall coming off the end of the spire here. Oh, these are neat. The moss and the undergrowth coming together under the tree. This is a fantastic piece. So I can't wait to see the finished product on this. Just lovely. Oh yeah, and I can see some more details getting kind of sketched in back here. Wonderful. Yeah, no, that's money well spent in my opinion. Wait, we're civilized. Most of us abandoned 4chan, folks. It's not a good place. It's not a good place. I sympathize. Believe me, I do. Again, I spent my teenage years there, but... I'm not going to say that Reddit's, like, a lot better, but it is better. A little. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, expanding ever onward. Figured I should get the Hermit and Ruffian in here for posterity's sake, at least. What a roster. What a roster. Our Operation Lancaster roster. It's a wonderful seeing this big son of a bitch taking his place at the end of the line. It's so cool that I've been seeing versions of this picture since the Tyrant was the only one completed. And it's awesome to have watched this fill in more and more. And then boom, we get the Oryx. Boom, we get the Hammerhead. Boom, we get the Reckoning. And some that were never going to be a part of it but got added later in the form of these bad boys down here. The Oxen and the Omniscience, I want to say, is the name of the command vehicle. Such cool models. Just wonderful. Almost everyone in here uses a blaster, so I'm going to guess no on Civilized. Man, Obi-Wan was full of shit, okay? Is it... I'm sorry. Is it really, like, the proposition of Obi-Wan Kenobi and his declaration that blasters are uncivilized? You're saying it's more civilized to gut your enemy with an energy blade with your bare fucking hands. You're saying that's more civilized than to shoot someone from a distance. I don't know what Obi-Wan's criteria are, but I think they're skewed. It has nothing to do with anything. I just wanted to get it out there. Oh my god, Rockin' Robin, you don't know what a boglin is? Rockin' Robin. No, man. Come on. You were a kid when boglins were being sold. Don't give me that. You know what a... If I showed you a boglin, you would know what it was. Come on. Come on. I often just browse over this, but I saw the word boglin and I like perked up. I'm like, boglins? Boglins? They're selling boglins again, aren't they? I thought I saw that. They were like bringing boglins back. Oh my god. I am, surrounded by Philistines. Here we have from the Cookie Mama in the Make Thunder Hungry or Make Thunder Hangry, I think it is. Oh, segment. Wish Owl a happy birthday. We went to our local reopened Denny's for brunch. I'll tell you, just getting out. Just getting out of the house and going to restaurants has been so fucking nice. Thungry. Thangry. Has been so damn nice lately. And I love a good middle-of-the-road diner experience. I am a sucker for, like, your Denny's, your Village Inns, your Waffle Houses. I confess, I really am. It's never... You're never going to go there and get amazing food. You're going to get, like, exactly the same thing every time, and it is going to be satisfying and reasonably priced. And the worst thing that might happen is you might go to one that sucks and get bad service, but it's generally easy to tell which ones those are. You know what I mean? This makes me want to go out and get something to eat. Cookie Mama, I'm so glad that you had, happy birthday. Seriously, happy birthday, Desert Owl, Whirlin97. I hope you've had a fucking good one, man. I'm hope that your stream went well, and I wish you many, many more. And thank you for sharing part of it with us. Thank you for hanging out with us here today, man. It's always a pleasure to have you. Here we have from Wheezy a few detail photos of my new built pirates. I think the green Galaxy on the Archer and red on the Locust look really nice. The Centurion has too many white paint splatter stars, I think. I cut the Archer and Missile Bay doors off and glued them shut. I like it as a slight and super easy modification. The decals don't have any stars in the black, which is a small detail, but jumps out at this level of zoom. I wouldn't worry about this level of zoom, Wheezy. Still quite happy overall. I considered painting a full company in 1 week. So, this is something to try. First of all, this came out great! Oh my god, look at that! I mean, having big broad surfaces on these mechs to paint really helps, and I think you're right. It's a little too dense on our Centurion friend, though the lensing in the cockpit looks great. That came out really wonderfully. But when you have these big broad areas, and you can leave, like, just sort of void spaces in between the clusters of stars, it just looks more like stars, because that's what the night sky looks like, There are areas where there's just less. We had a Stabby Denny's and a Rat Denny's. What? Those are both bad. That sucks. I'm sorry. And Rat Denny's is the one that closed over the Pandini. Did you mean to type the word Pandini just then for Gatarung? Is that... I don't think that's a word. I mean, I like it. I'm gonna integrate it into my vocabulary from now on, but I don't think it's a word. I'm just saying. This came out fucking amazing. Yeah, I hunt for diners. I enjoy a good diner. Unfortunately, we have a diner here in the town that I live, and it's like, it pisses me off. Because, like, the food is middle of the road and the service is fucking garbage, and it just, like, oh, it makes me so mad. It's not that hard to run a diner, guys, and somehow they fuck it up. Really? I've never heard it before. The late unpleasantness. That's good. I like that. The unpleasantness. The event. We do not mention the name of the event. Everyone knows what we're talking about. The great Pandini makes pancakes disappear. Why do I read anything that you write to Square? I'm starting to wonder what's... Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Seriously though, this looks great. Vergaderung. Do you know what I'm referencing? I feel like there might be multiple things that the event could be referencing, but I'm wondering if you know specifically what I'm talking about. You might, and I would be overjoyed if you knew. Do not think... Warning, do not think about the event. Yeah, you do. Okay. I keep trying to say this, and I mean it. This nebula looks very real. I think it's that one strong point there, and then the kind of mottled effect going over this sort of ethereal, corpse-lighty green. The red came out great over here. And you see what I mean? It's introducing those splashes of color. The greens, the purples, the reds. Those nebula were really sells that galaxy look. Yeah, Mitchell, oh my god, forgot. See, I knew we got along for a reason. Mitchell and Weber, absolutely among my favorites. we should institute some number weighing memes. I'm gonna we'll touch base, get some notes on that. Gorgeous work, Wheezy. Keep up the good work, and yeah, I would say consider a good way to control where your spatter effect is going, and this applies to anybody else who might be wanting to try this effect, where you put white paint on like a toothbrush, and then you flick the brush so that it spatters paint to get a star field effect. Take a little piece of paper and cut a circle in it, and hold that circle where you want the pattern to go, and then move it around and flick the paint, and you have immense quantities of control of where that pattern goes. You can just select areas to not do it that way, and you just kind of move it and flick and move it and flick. It's very, very effective. It's also like if you're trying to do a star pattern and you've already put down paint and you don't want to put paint over certain parts, that's a good way to kind of mask it. Here we have from Mike. The Shiny Mew, a chibi succubus that I wanted to work on for a while. Used a bit of Agrax to do a bit of creative storytelling with her looking down at a freshly slaughtered quarry just off the edge of her base. Gonna do a chibi druid next. Oh yeah, she's got like blood splattered up on her face. Oh my god, it's so cute but so dark. I like how you've done the eyes so that she's looking kind of over the edge of the base at something that she just chopped into. Or otherwise induced arterial spray from. Nice job on the pink hair, too. It's disturbingly adorable. I don't know quite how I feel about it. Chibi Druid next, eh? What are these from? Are these from a game? I feel like I've played this, and I can't remember the name of the game. It's like a tile-based dungeon crawl. No, these are from Reaper? Okay. Well, it's just, that game was just done in chibi style, which is, I think, why I'm connecting the two. But it's a common enough style. Super Dungeon Explorer. Thank you. That's what I was thinking of, White Wolf. That game's actually a lot of fun. I have enjoyed Super Dungeon Explorer. But Reaper, eh? I didn't know they did chibi model. I mean, I guess Reaper does a little bit of everything, don't they? Good job on that, Mike. Oh, here we have also from Mike, this beautiful Meanie? I'm gonna go with Meanie. Minnie is the daughter of a chibi, Minnie. The reason why the dwarf's hair is blue is because she takes after her deceased father as opposed to her mother. Yeah, well, that will happen. However, whatever the dwarf Minnie here, that is a spoiler, because you know Twitch would probably have a cow, because too much booba. Oh, yeah, okay. Better safe than sorry. Anywho, she is fully clothed. I'd just rather be on the safe side. The only time she takes after her mother and her hair is the bubblegum pink like the chibi succubus Minnie when she's either getting a little frisky or being a little mischievous. I have an entire backstory concerning the dwarf, but I'll spare you all the details for now. Before any of the mods have a giraffe about the double post, I'm having moment after moment today where I wonder if people are using the right words or if these are just phrases I've never heard in my life. About the double post, Thunderhead himself and the Stream Pig said, yes, that is a thing. That is a thing, Mike. If unscheduled cancellations get extra posts. Stream Pigs, because he said of the unscheduled cancellation of the stream, you can post up to 2, so I'm taking advantage of it. Cheers, though, y'all. Have a good day. I like this mini. I've seen this mini painted a number of times. There's nothing wrong with posting this one. It's been on Twitch numerous times. Steal a Rebel did a version of this mini that's like a little whew. Gets you a little hot under the collar, you know what I mean. Or maybe that's just her hands. I don't know. I can never decide when I'm watching Steela. I like what you did with the hammer. That's really cool. The stone texture on it and this sort of like neon green color. That's neat. Very nice job. Digging the blue hair. Lipstick really pops out well. Lovely. Lovely work, Mike. Here we have from Roland. This is just a couple of sausages on some mac and cheese on some fries. Wait. What? What's happening here? I see sausages. I see melted cheese. I see mac. I see fries. I see strips of fried peppers. Are those bratwurst? What is happening? What is it tonight? That's unfortunate, Kaylee. I'm sorry to hear that. There's too much happening here. I don't know that I'm comfortable mixing my mac and cheese with my fries. I feel like, yeah, right, bro? I see heartburn. I see violent indigestion. No, Roland, it's too much. It's too much, man. This is better than you posting like some fucking ambrosia salad or something like that, but it's just too much. And it's served on a newspaper. Like, the person who made this knows, yeah, with the hot sauce, the person who served this just knows that they're serving you what is essentially just garbage. Delicious garbage, but ultimately garbage. Fairly sensible landing pad for a decent night of drink. Okay, no, you make a point there. If you were to serve this to me at like 3 a.m. after I just got out of the club, that's my favorite subreddit, Riot Sister. We want plates. I love that one. The Costanza special. Yeah, no, 3, 4 a.m. after we've gotten out of the bar, where we're done with the show, I'd hammer that down. But, you know, I'm not a proud man in that particular moment. Here we have from White Wolf, Setup Sunday Hail Fox Mischief Edition. So I haven't really been able to use the Mars 2 Pro for a while because of its poor design for the so-called activated carbon filter. The Mars 2 Pro never seemed like it was worth the money to me compared to the one, or just the 2 regular. Short version is just flows the air through it and then exhausts it, so of course the living room gets a nice thick resin smell in short order. Yeah, not good for a living room. Enter the Nevermore resin recirculating filter. Cue a bit of... Oh, I got distracted for a second there. Pardon. Cue a bit of Predator disassembly to remove the stock one. Wire in a 24-volt 4010 fan running at 12 volts. You got a little down voltage there. Okay. Bunch of carbon into the tower, tape over the holes between top and bottom, put it all back together again, and hey, presto changeo, it takes 15 minutes before a resin smell is even noticed in the living room. It's nowhere near as strong as 5 minutes was with the stock design. It really seems like a silly thing to build in. Crocodile, have a great day, dude. Go get your pump on. Go get your pump on, bro. Thanks for the raid. Thank you for hanging out, dude. I really, it's always a pleasure to see you. Pretty happy about that. Hey, printer can go brr again. That's what counts, right? Hey, if it's moving, if it's printing, man, yeah, that's a hell of an addition. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna pay for it to have that feature, I guess it should work at the very least, right? I just never felt like the 2 Pro was worth it. It was the only one in stock. That's a fair excuse. I'll accept that. Here we have from Sahul Penu. Finished washing my Mrs. Claus Vampire Hunter. Worried I messed it up quite a bit. You're thinking about it wrong. You're thinking about it wrong, Pinu. I'm just going to tell you that based on the fact that you use phrases somewhat regularly like, I'm afraid I got it wrong. You can't, man. You can't get it wrong. There's no getting it wrong. You're learning, you're practicing. If you learn from something, if you enjoy painting it, you haven't gotten it wrong. And I'm not trying to like single you out. I'm just saying those words, those thoughts, they can be insidious. They creep into your language, and then the more you say them, they creep into your mind, and then you start to believe them. So I'm going to encourage you to do away with them, lest you start to believe your own criticism, because that is a dark day when that happens. Oh, hard to see, but I think the cape seems a little splotchy and missing a few spots, mostly in the close folds of the shoulders. Wonder if I'm being too cautious with my washes or not. Plus concerned about trying to fix up that small face with a dry brush. Don't have a small enough makeup brush, so any advice getting it done well without messing up the definition? And should have used a lighter green on the blade. Definitely shouldn't have merged it with the guard, but I don't have the brush control to get in the crack. That's no problem. So, for doing the edge of the blade, it's more important that you get the edge of the crossguard than it is that you get down into the crevice between the blade and the crossguard. And this is a good opportunity to practice using the edge of your brush to paint things. Instead of using the tip, use the edge. Because you lay the edge like, you've got a raised surface here. If you're trying to do with the tip, and this is the worst visual example I could possibly give, but you're trying to come in with the tip and you're like, I miss. Oh, it's over here. Like, it's difficult. If you lay the edge of the brush along it and then drag it, you get a nice, smooth stroke. This is, oh my god, this is a terrible, terrible demonstration. I think it gets the point across decently, though. But yeah, use the edge of the brush on that. Do a little bit of silver. I think that'll go a long way, and you don't need good brush control to do that. So my advice on not having a small enough brush to dry brush something like this is the order that you paint in. Take a few minutes before you start your paint job, Pinu, and Peanut, I vary. I always say paint inside out. Paint from the inside, the deepest parts of the model, out to the highest points of the model. And the reason for that is this. It's difficult to get in here with broad brushes. But if you paint the face first, and you dry brush it, and then you paint the hair, and then you paint the hat, you're able to use those broad strokes and not worry about affecting the things around it, if that makes sense. You can be as sloppy as you want on the face, because then you're going to paint something higher, and it's really easy to do something higher without getting something lower. So my advice on that is just going to be change your approach to painting models and consider the order in which you paint the pieces, and always go from the inside out. You're going to find that that is an incredibly rewarding system. Yeah, I think a dry brush is going to do a lot of good on this, because you've got a really nice, like, dark, rich base tone, and you could dry brush the crap out of this cloak and get a really good effect out of it. Dry brush the boots. I would leave the cloak on the interior mostly dark, because that's going to give you a good contrast when you do the highlights on the leather out here. It's a very cool looking figure, though. I like the green sword. Here we have from Clover, open to any comments and critique. Why can't I think right now? Critique and comments? C&C, Command and Conquer, open to some Command and Conquer on this guy. The indigo is adding some reflection in the shadows, hopefully will tone down when I coat with a matte finish. Also, what could be a good freehand attempt on the cloak? I feel like I should try something there. I like this. This looks really nice. You've got good shading. All the individual pieces pop out really nicely. You've chosen good colors for everything. I like the kind of the repetition of the gold on the bracers, on the scale mail, and then on the hair. I think that actually balances really nicely. You've done kind of a nice non-metallic metal effect on the bracers. They look very brassy. Brass is very yellow, and that worked out nicely. Yeah, the highlights you have on the peaked hood, I think are coming across really well. As far as freehand, my recommendation, something along the hem. I think that on this particular cloak, the easiest thing to do, and if you're looking to just get practice, is something simple along the hem. Maybe something as simple as just like a contained pattern, like a line on the bottom, a line on top, and then between those two lines, little circular shapes, maybe like little vine curls, something like that. Something kind of smooth and flowing that is composed of individually very simple shapes. And that, for me, is my secret to doing freehand when I do it, which is very rare, and so it's not really much of a secret, is simple shapes, repeated and combined into something interesting. It's just the easiest way to approach doing things like filigree, you know? So that would be my suggestion. I like the tones you have in this cloak, overall. This whole mini actually looks really, really nice, dude. I really dig the brass. That is effective as all hell. Maybe some deeper shading between the arrows, but I don't know if that's really viable. It looks like the detail might be pretty soft there. It's hard to say. But yeah, try that, just like sort of a straight line pattern with some curls or vine work or scroll work along the edge. I would do that if I were any good at it, the nerd. It would be like, let me show you the secret to freehand. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay, let me show you the secret. No, I fucked that up too. Maybe we'll try it at some point. Here we have from POW Rogue. Oh, I got to watch him work on some of this, and it was cool. Just about done with Hobby Boy. Just need to model some hand and foot wraps and call it done. The Slod Sorcerer. Oh, I love this. He's doing the Dio, isn't he? Dude, he's doing the Dio. That's fucking awesome. He's hexing you. That's great. I like that. Hell yeah. Hail Satan. That's fucking great. This is wonderful. I love his little vest. I'm glad that I tuned in, because when you told me how you did this, I have struggled with how to do chainmail in ZBrush for so long. And as soon as you explained this method to me, I was just like, oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking easy. Oh, and I feel like that's always how it goes with ZBrush, though. I'm always like, oh, that thing's really hard. I don't know how to do it. And then when I see the method, it's like, oh, it's actually really fucking easy. It just over and over and over again with ZBrush. The tools are there to do all of these things really, really easily, and they're hidden. They're hidden under layers of bullshit that you don't need to know about. Somebody needs to know about them, because it's a tool with a wide range of uses, but I don't. The snake came out great, by the way. Trying to swallow that egg. Look at that. Overall, this slide statue is cool as hell, dude. Fucking great work. I love that. He's gonna look awesome next to his Illithid pal. They're probably not pals. I wouldn't imagine that they're pals. Getting some Marty McFly. You're not wrong, GM Kaylee. Yeah, there's a little bit of a Marty McFly vibe, like right in here with the layers. Yeah, he's rocking the puffy jacket. That's what he's busting out. He's doing the Dio. He's like, that's probably a little advanced for you guys. Your kids are gonna love it though. Oh, here we have from Roland. Oh my god, I remember these things. Getting some paint slap down there. Simple, effective, looking good. Good green. I like that. I think you could do a little bit more black wash in the metal. What happened to the photo booth, man? I like the photo booth. Little splashes of orange. Roland, I'm going to ask you to crop your photos, my friend. I want to see it closer. But it's small. It's small. I want to analyze it. If you crop your photos, we'll be able to see it better. I'm just saying. It looks like a nice, clean paint job, though, dude. Thank you for sharing. Here we have from Automat Americana. I did end up going back and making the feet taller, but not larger in diameter. Believe it or not, they're already much more so than the originals it's based on. Posing is, I hope, done. These 3 poses in addition to static standing, believe it or not, this isn't even the end of this project. I believe that. Gonna be doing at least one more torso variant for someone else. Still, I doubt that he will be anywhere near as tricky as building and posing these legs, right? right, guys? Oh, God. It already looks better. The feet just seemed a little, and I think part of it is the angle, too. These angles that we're seeing these poses from are a little bit lower, and I mentioned that when I was criticizing the feet, that it could have just been the render angle. It certainly wasn't doing it any favors. But I think that in enhancing their size a teeny weeny little bit, even though just giving them some vertical bulk has done a lot for them. They seemed just a little, I think the word for it is anemic. They just seemed a little too small. But you often don't need to nudge something more than about 10% for that. The leg poses are looking great. I love our renders up here. And I look forward to seeing what the next torso variant comes out to be. Here we have from White Wolf. Hopefully it works this time. Doing some test prints with Sparta 3D's Metal Gray Silk PLA. And, well, it kind of sounds like an annoyed bored robot regarding being forced to print at around 30 millimeters per second due to limiting it at a flow of 2.5 millimeters per second cubed or something. Weird angle to save ears from at least some of the fan noise. I apologize, I don't have sound right now. But we can at least see it go. Oh, look at it. Look at it printing. Oh god, it's mesmerizing. When you first get a 3D printer, you're gonna spend most of your time doing exactly this, just staring at the print head. It's fucking mesmerizing. It's like magic. And then eventually you get sick of it, and it's nothing but problems, and you're like, why do you keep clogging? Why do you keep clogging, you son of a bitch? Hold on. No, it does sound a little bit like an angry robot. It has that yeah, of the stepper hum. Or something. Third time encoding is the lucky one that actually works. Yeah, Discord has trouble sometimes. Has a little bit of trouble sometimes. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus. Cyber Knight getting back to the swing of things. Spent most of the day working with Sumatha to work on the new variants for the Streaker as part of its shop overhaul. 3 down, 2 to go. On the left we have the Medic variant, saving lives, 1 dune jump at a time. That sounds like a horrible ambulance ride. In the middle we have the D4 Electronics Warfare Specialist, and the most expensive Streaker variant ever, I can imagine. On the right we have an MRM-10. Yeah, okay, not exactly top shelf, but still pretty fast. I mean, shit, it's just a rolling shotgun at that point, isn't it? Yeah. I love the platform variants that you build up for this. And guys, you can always hit !metalcore in chat to get a link over to Metalcore Collectibles. If you're into 6mm sci-fi, if you're into Battletech, if you're into anything that's in that scale, you need to check out Metalcore Collectibles. And with him selling STLs now, I'm going to say too, if you're into larger scale stuff, if you're into sci-fi in the range of like 10 to 12mm, I think you could still print his stuff and it would look pretty good if you scaled it up a little bit under 100%. The details are going to be pretty chunky, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. They're really well-detailed figures. So if you're playing like Revelations, you're playing like Heavy Gear, you know, what have you, definitely go check out MCC. Here we have from Pun Expected. Got some more work done today on my 1 to 3 scale Thanatos. Think I'm finally happy with the gold. Next step is to color the 30+ gemstones on her. I have some fancy chameleon pigments that need to mix into linseed first to see if it will produce the effect I hope for. Pun Expected over here pushing the envelope, and I'm like, let's do speed paints. Oh god, I'm such a fake. Afterwards will probably be the eyes, which I am tempted to put some black 3.0 down on instead of white, then paint iris pupil on top of that. You all have a nice night. Oh, damn, that gold is nice. That gold is real damn nice. I was about to comment on how it's not as contrasting up here, but I think that's just because you rightly recognized that this upturned surface would be catching a lot of light, because as soon as we come down here to like the bracers and the rings and everything, that contrast really punches up and we get some of those deep shadows. So I was going to be like, well, you could have done it, but I think you just did better non-metallic metal than I was registering at first. Forearm veins popping, right? Look at this. Look at this guy. It's ridiculous. His heart has to work extra hard because he's like 9 feet tall, as I have discovered. Oh god, I continue to love the shading and the flesh tones on this. I can't wait to see the splashes of color from the gemstones are going to go so damn far. Pun expected, lovely. Just gorgeous work. Or so she thought. Babe, I'm at Lowe's. What type of ceiling fan did you want for the living room? I don't care. Pick what you think looks good. Yo, okay, you sure? It's a fan. You can't screw that up. And he didn't. He didn't. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. Folks. Yeah, is Teal's going? Let's raid him. Let's get a Teal security raid going. Hell yeah. Where's my browser? Why don't I have... I had a browser. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, what's going on? Where's my internet? Why don't I have any internet? Oh, God. Skelebee's going, too. Hang on. Let me see who's been on longer. Because we raided Teal Security just a short time ago. Let me see what Skelebee's doing. Oh, there's Teals. Let's have a look. Skelebee's working on her D&D potion shop. Didn't we raid Teal Security last time? I feel like we did. And I do try to rotate it. God, they both just got started too, so that doesn't help me make my decision. Oh no. Oh no, yeah. We raided Teals last Sunday. Let's spread it around just a wee little bit, why don't we? Where's my button? Where'd it go? There it is. There. And we are off. Folks, thank you. God, thank you guys so much for joining me. I really always love having you guys in chat. It's just, you know, the opportunity to kind of hang out with some people and bullshit while I get work done that I need to do anyway. This stream fires me up so much, really. Like, on days when I'm feeling kind of down, and I'm like, maybe I don't feel like streaming today, if I just make myself go through with it, I always come out feeling more energized and better. And that comes down to you guys. It really does. So, thank you guys. Every single one of you for joining me. Thank you, everybody who posted to the Storm Report. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Crocodile for the raid. Thank you to everybody for your subs. Thank you to our new followers for tonight. Thank you guys for helping us get to 2,000 followers. We're going to be celebrating that next Sunday. We will post more about that on the Discord and other social media so you know what's coming in. Is always a huge thank you to my amazing mod team. Tuesday and Thursday of this week, I am unfortunately probably going to be busy, so I have no scheduled stream. There is a chance we'll stream on Thursday. If we do, I will know on Thursday, so I'll just announce it on the Discord, and I'll probably post like an Instagram story, so just pay attention to the socials if you want to know if we're going on. And then Sunday, we're going to be doing our 2K follower celebration. We're going to be giving away some Star Wars painted Legion figures. We're going to be painting Vader in oils, the limited edition one, the really cool one. We're going to be giving away some dice, and now I'm out of time. So folks, until next time, keep on painting.